There you go. Now I'm just going to type in chat so you have a message to test and make sure that you're seeing. Good, okay. Oh. Hopefully this won't take too long. Uh, um, okay, so yeah, I've had no time to think about this since the last stream, so just jumping right back into stuff. But yeah, I had a oral exam for Japanese class yesterday and final review for literature class. So now, definitely not going to be available tomorrow because I am definitely just studying all day, all day, all day. Because Monday is part one of the Japanese final, and then Tuesday is part two of the Japanese final, and immediately after the literature final. It is probably me, so you probably want to turn me up in Discord. That would indeed do it.
Now they can. Yeah, okay. So I hope you guys can.
Okay, audio check. Can you hear me and can you hear him?
I'm hoping you can hear both of us. I'm gonna pull up my stream on my tablet here to see the balance. Okay,
Okay, we're good.
you can hear both of us evenly. That's good.
Okay.
I just gotta quickly set my phone settings so it won't time out because I have to constantly tap it to keep it from going out. And then we can actually start.
Okay.
Alright, I am good. I will pull up my IDE. Wow, that loaded fast. If only Visual Studios can load that fast.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
notepad's quick.
yeah.
Oh no, buffering. Oh,
Well, yeah, there's
uh,
nothing for it to have to really load other than the files.
has to load all the files that are open. So at the moment, my Notepad plus plus takes a minute to open because I have a lot of files open.
See,
Okay.
yeah, I honestly
Um.
could not handle that. Like, what I have right now is a little bit much for me, but considering as how these are just documents, I'm
Well,
perfectly fine with
so
it.
I have most of the ZC source open because I was going through and redoing everything to use tabs instead of spaces, and I'm using what I have open as my progress marker. So, and I haven't had a chance to get back to finishing that in a while. Yay.
Right.
Okay, so what did we have here?
So,
We had the trace 5 there to check, and we had go to your global scripts. I just need to remember what we had
yeah, I was
done.
actually gonna say we should start. Oh, my mouse. Okay, that's weird. My mouse was freaking out on me. So yeah, I was.
Global unsave load, bitmaps refresh pointers. What else?
Where did
Um,
we have? Oh, okay. This is what we did
global
in the
update
main global.
freed.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got the bitmap thing set up there, and then
This is the
the
item
F
that'll use it.
the what's in the F6 menu again?
In wait, F6 was this.
On F6 menu.
That was just the HP
Oh, right, that's it.
maintenance.
And what's in uncon game? I just want to check all the global stuff.
Right.
I'm guessing
Yeah.
that just your Okay, it's just that.
Yeah, and even save
Um,
load. That's
okay,
that.
so the hero active was restarting every time you continue, and that was going to cause an issue, and we don't have that solved yet. So that's the next thing to solve. Okay, back to hero active.
Yeah, that's right. Hero
So,
active was in hero. That's right. Okay.
um, in this case. if we use the bitmap system to reserve a pointer, then you F6 continue, or you die, or etc., then that bitmap won't know to unreserve, and that's not a good thing because that's the closest thing we're going to get to a memory leak for scripts.
Hmm.
So what we need to instead do is make the bitmap a global variable.
Okay.
So just right under your constants, you
Right.
can put bitmap status uh, bitmap or whatever, like so just
Bitmap's
bitmap
a
and then
type.
like yeah, and then status underscore BMP,
Gotcha.
and that should work. And this semicolon not assigning it to anything right now.
Okay.
Um, okay, so now you have a global variable for that, which means at the start of hero active, it can make sure that that's not reserved so that you don't leak anything. Now, to do that, oh, I need to actually open up my script so I can
So,
scan through
so
stuff.
we need to make sure
Um,
that bitmap is not reserved for anything.
so what we're going to do is we're going to reserve the bitmap, but then this script can restart at any time. So we need to make sure that if we already had it reserved, we don't reserve a new one, because if we reserve a new one, then
This sounds like
it's
we
not
need a
good.
null check or something. Something to
Kind
that
of,
effect.
but not just null, because it's not going to just be null. So what we need is,
Well, essentially,
um,
if it's not already a signed check, basically. Like,
if it's not already reserved,
well, right,
which is
yeah.
different because it's not just the variable's value. You need to actually use information that's part of the bitmap header.
Well, right, yeah.
Um,
You said this is essentially a
yeah,
pointer, right?
essentially, yeah.
Okay,
And
all
it
right,
has data associated with it that's stored in the header, so we need to check that data using the header.
right.
Um, so what we want is another. So at the top of the void run, first thing, you can get rid of that trace
Oh,
because
at
that
the
was
top of
just
the
for
void run.
testing.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we're going to call another function from the bitmaps namespace. So bitmaps colon colon,
Was it
and
capital B?
no, all lowercase.
Okay.
And then the function is in use, no spaces, underscores, caps at all, just in use.
Oh, that's weird like
And
that.
then call that on the status bitmap.
Static. Okay. Well, as a parameter, right?
Yes.
Gotcha.
And that is going to be in that is going to be the condition for an if.
Okay.
Or actually, yeah, no, that's the condition for an if. I was
Oh,
going to say
sorry.
unless. Um, I was going to say unless for a moment and do something else, but it's like no, 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 that should be an if.
So if what?
So if that,
Oh, I see. Oop. If okay, if bitmap is in use, then we do what?
then you're going to want to, I think it's release. Yeah, then bitmaps release status bitmap.
So all lowercase release.
Oh, and the namespace is bitmaps
Oh,
with a S, by the
are
way.
are all of them with S?
For the left of the scope res, yes. Because bitmap is a type, which is a keyword, so you
Oh,
can't
okay.
use that
Right,
for a
right, right.
namespace.
So release
So,
status bitmap.
yeah. So if it's in use, release it from use.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah. Gotcha. Zariah's asking, are we using bitmap.zh? Yes, we are, right?
Yes, indeed. That is exactly what we are doing.
Well, it's bit. So the file's actually. Oh, that's right. Is
Yeah,
this what you said? The
yes,
file's bitmap, but the actual like
yes.
type is.
That is confusing, by the way. It should probably be bitmaps.zh, not bitmap.zh, because the namespace is bitmaps, not bitmap.
Oof. Okay, so at this point we've already established that the status bitmap is not in use. So now we do what? Because we've already released it. So now once it's
Um,
been released, or if it was,
your screen is now showing the game screen.
it's. Oh, dang it! I have a quick sensor
Hotkey.
that I do that with. I probably should reassign that hotkey, but whatever.
Yep. Um, Okay, so basically, if it's in use, you want to release it.
Right.
But so here's the problem: when you restart from the save select, the pointers reset. So it's theoretically possible for something else to reserve that. Not likely because this should run immediately, but
Well, being
to
an
be
active script,
safe,
yeah.
there should be a sanity. We want a sanity check just to be safe. So you're
Okay.
going to want to, I presume you have an on save load script.
Yes, I do.
Um, so
Yep.
on save load, do status bitmap equals null. Null is all caps for C script. Um,
Status.
yeah,
Oh wait, I have a sped up equals no.
yep, null all caps.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
So that just nulls it
couldn't
when
I
you load a
technically
save,
couldn't I
just to
technically make
make
it
sure that's good.
couldn't I technically make it equals 0?
Null is zero.
That's what I'm saying.
Um,
I could
yeah.
make it equal 0, and that's also no.
Say equals zero, it will say cannot cast from int to bit.
Oh, I see.
Null is an untyped variable, so
Right,
it
right.
it automatically implicitly casts to every single type.
I see.
The only things actually stopping you from saying screen, as in the screen pointer, equals zero, is the fact that screen pointer is constant.
Oh, wow, that's
The
actually kind of
type would work.
scary.
The type would work.
So,
It would cast.
so if you
Actually,
were,
you can make an untyped variable equal screen. That's a thing.
oh God,
Given like those are I don't remember if we changed them. They're either all the globe pointers are either all zero or all one. I don't remember.
what kind of
They don't
horrors
have a
could you,
value and it doesn't mean anything.
what kind of horrors could you do
It
with
would just
that?
be a constant zero or a constant one. It wouldn't do anything.
Oh, okay. For some
The
reason, I had
pointers
it.
doing stuff. You know, the pointers doing stuff. Their value means nothing at all. It's purely their type, and you can't declare that type because there's no keyword for that type. So, but yeah. So what this basically does is when you reload, it makes sure that's null.
Right.
Um, which actually, what would happen if you call in use on a null bitmap? Thinking about all the different things here.
If screen never returns false. Oh,
I
okay, that makes
mean,
sense. Do you have
huh.
stream chat open? It might be nice because Zariah's.
I have to escape out of full screen to check it, but I'm looking at it occasionally.
Okay. Just in case he says something that might.
No with only N capital is not valid, Zariah. Debug null was valid with any capitalization, but that was a function and stuff before we added untyped as a type to the parser. STD constants only has no all caps. You could change that if you'd like, but that's how it is at the moment, if I remember correctly. Um, I don't pause full screen, damn it. Okay, so
Yeah, it's fine.
okay, so in use, so it might be better. So change that to if status bitmap and bitmaps in use. Status bitmap.
Wait, so change it to what? If
It
status.
just yeah, if status bitmap and then what you already have. So you're just adding status.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah. Because that is directly a null check.
What just. Okay, that was weird.
That
Weird autofill. Okay.
because it was autofilling what you had typed right there at the moment because
Yeah,
you had it typed. Yeah.
whatever.
But yeah. Okay. So yeah, that basically means if it is and it is in use, then release.
Okay.
Uh, so now, no conditions on this. You're just going to do status bitmap equals, and it's going to be bitmaps acquire, um,
Wait, status bitmap equals, and then.
and it's going to be bitmaps acquire, and then we need to give it a width and height. So how do we? This is where it comes into not just how do we make the header work here. We need to actually think about what we need from this. So what we need from this is for this to be drawn likely at a constant position. So if we want this to be drawn at a constant position above Link's head, then we just draw the stuff inside it variably, which means the width and height can be constant based on the maximum number of statuses. which we have as constant num statuses. So, um, num status. So yeah, and is it width height or height width? Acquire
That would be a good idea as
is
Araya
width height.
to find null
Uh,
in all permutations. That would be nice because I've used both Java and C++. Java I believe is all lowercase and C++
yep, it is.
is all caps, so it
Yep,
varies. So
it would be easy. It's literally just a constant and std constants, so that would be literally a 2-second addition.
yeah, yeah. Oh hey, Emmanuel, good to see you. And
Okay, so for this, we're going to want
so
probably
does this just take a x and y coordinate?
width and height.
Oh, width and height. Well,
You're declaring a bitmap, which is a grid of
right.
bits.
I
So
figured that
what we're
out.
going to want is the num statuses times status width, comma
Num statuses. Do we have that?
okay,
Oh wait, we
it's a
have a status height and width. Couldn't we use that?
yes. I know. I'm not saying to yes. I'm saying to use those.
Oh,
So num statuses, which is the constant in the enum there, um,
okay.
times status width.
Num underscore statuses times and it's width then height.
Uh, yes, but the height is not going to be the same. So I'm just telling you the width right now. Because
Okay.
the height is, well, obviously, statuses aren't going to stack vertically. So we're not, height isn't going to need num statuses. It's going to need status height, but it also needs the font height for the text that's going to display the countdown. So we actually need a new constant here. So under the width and height there, config status font.
Oh wait. Config status what?
Font.
Font equals what?
And probably font underscore Z3 small.
Font underscores Z3 small. Okay. I assume that's a constant font.
Yeah, Z3 small is the LTTP small text font,
Oh, okay,
which
and
is
this can be changed if I so wish.
yes, and you can change that to whatever without anything else mattering. That's a font that looks good and is probably good. It can be changed. That's why it's config
Right,
instead
okay.
of that's kind of the whole point.
Also, I kind of feel like I want to put this config with the other
So then
config.
this is going to be status height plus. Okay, so status height plus, and then you're going to call a function here,
Okay.
which is under. It's a global pointer function, and the pointer is text with a capital T. So it's text pointer
Oh,
font height,
font, yeah, height, all lowercase,
uh, capital F, capital H.
capital, okay.
In internal functions versus header
I
functions.
feel like there's a little bit of inconsistency with how methods are made, but
There is
whatever.
a little bit in some places, and it's annoying. And then this is going to be status font.
Okay.
So basically, what you're saying is that the height of the bitmap is the height of the status tile plus the height of the font, and you're showing the game again, by the way.
I'm aware. I just
Oh, okay.
wanted to check something while you were mentioning that.
Just making sure. So basically, the height of the status tile plus the height of the font, and the width is the number of statuses times the width of each status.
Right. Oh, that actually, okay, I fully understand how that works now. Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
that's
And
easy.
everything to do with the text pointer is brand new and wonderful. And yes,
Nice.
you would used to need to just know how tall it is, which for the record is 6 pixels for font Z3 small.
Good to know.
And I know that because at one point you just had to know it in order to do anything with it. For 2.53, we added constants for it, I believe, which is just font height constants for each of them. But I'm pretty sure we added that 2.53. We did 2.55, and then I added text font height. So actually, I made those constants using text font height. I just did a loop and did some fancy project stuff.
Hmm.
But anyway, so now we have a bitmap. And that bitmap is as tall as we need, and it is as wide as we need. Always regardless of if we add new statuses, changing constants, and whatever. So that line should never need to be touched again.
Right. Well, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
though, what may be useful is knowing that height and width throughout the function. So actually, what you can do is on the line above the status bitmap equals, you can do two defines. So define width equals num statuses times status width, and then define height.
Num
Uh,
statuses. Just do what's in that
yeah,
call.
do what's in that, and then you're going to replace what's in that with these constants. Just this way, we have these constants for
I
later.
see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm
Um,
following you.
yeah, instead of just using them once. And because these are local to the function, they can have generic names like height and width, and it's perfectly fine.
Makes sense. So then we just take this bad boy out, put in width, and then put
Yeah,
height in here. Where's that comma? Boom.
wonderful.
There it is. Yeah.
I had to say buttons.
I'm gonna need a new mouse. It has some issues with moving when
Yeah,
I move it.
we might want some we might want a pixel padding, but I will but yeah, pixel padding might be worthwhile. But alright, oh, I'm not live anymore. Goddamn internet being laggy. Okay, so now we have the width and height as constants that we just have. So now what we want to do. So this is first time. This isn't yet. Is there anything else we need to do for setup?
Mm.
Need.
Now there is one concern I had with how the status affecting is gonna work. Um,
Yep.
I hope it won't be too distracting with this following Link everywhere he goes, like during a boss fight. I'm just
Mm.
hoping that it won't be too distracting. So I was
Yeah,
almost
that
thinking,
is a point.
could and
One thing that might help with that is making it thinner on the width,
I had
but
another
that's
idea. Can we somehow reduce the overall opacity, make it somewhat transparent so it's not so eye popping?
that is super easy, and that would be something to do at a later point when we get to drawing it to the
Well,
screen.
just good to know
But
because
yeah,
I feel like if we added some transparency to it, it wouldn't be as obnoxious, but it'll be opaque enough to see what it's saying.
we can see what we can do about that for sure.
Perfect.
Um, Another thing would be also potentially having boss rooms or something move it elsewhere on the screen. The good thing here is we're going to be drawing all to a bitmap, so then we can draw that bitmap wherever we want on a variable that can change.
Well, right, yeah, and the bitmaps are
Hell,
drawn to a
you could
constant.
have an options menu for the user to open and have them be able to pick above header in subscreen.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Like this is why I design stuff like this is because you can and fairly easily change it, and that's one of the things that's great about using bitmaps for this, which is why I wanted to do this.
Yeah, wow,
Um,
yeah, that would be yeah, because there could be an option. Do you want it to follow link? Do you want it to just be say in the upper right corner of the like below the sub menu, but in the upper right corner, upper
yeah,
left
you could
corner,
add
bottom right?
however many options you want and just have it work.
Heck yeah,
So
that'd be
yeah,
awesome.
yeah. Now that requires an options menu, which those can be time consuming to make if you want to make them well and extendable.
Yeah,
Given the ones I've made have been extraordinarily complex levels of stuff. So if you know that you're not going to need things to be too complex, it shouldn't be as bad. But I basically made a system that can expand to have as many options as I want, and it does scrolling and it has multiple tabs, and it's fancy.
yeah,
Actually, I could probably give you that entire thing of code, and it would just work. So you just need to take out the individual options which are tied to my quest stuff.
yeah,
But like the general format would just work.
yeah.
um,
Oh, hey, Orathan. Yeah, we're doing some. We're making a status effect system where it'll put a little bitmap, a message of a timer with how much time is left on any buffs, debuffs. I could do debuffs. I just thought of that while I was talking. Ooh.
yeah, you could do. That's why I made this statuses. Look, several times when I was thinking about it, I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to say buffs, and I'm like, What if you want debuffs? No,
Yeah,
statuses.
debuffs. Yeah, I
That
like that.
totally works. You could also display default debuffs like stun. That's a thing that you have. Hero stun. It's a
Yeah,
thing.
that is true. And
But you
also,
could display that above head.
and also,
And drunk.
like when yeah, drunk when you have,
Drunk would be. Oh god, drunk is so bad.
and like when you have like even something as simple as like a non-perm bubble. Like it's always pretty arbitrary
Yeah.
how long that
No
you're
bubble.
bubbled, but you could have a nice little timer for
Yeah,
that.
you could add a timer for sword jinx and item jinx.
Yeah, yeah. I just had a great idea for a boss where you needed to use that Ganon's Rage, which increases your attack power, to actually do damage to it because you'll have a debuff that reduces all damage to zero unless you're using it, or something like that. I don't know. I thought about that as an idea. Whatever.
Thinking of things is always useful. Okay,
Yeah.
so here's the question. Do we need anything else in this section before the wild true?
Before
We
the what?
now make before wild true, because a lot of
Oh,
this stuff is going to need to be in the wild true. So
right.
I'm just trying to think if we need anything else before it. This is stuff that runs every time you continue or die or etc., but it needs to reinitialize the whole system. So this is make sure the bitmap's not already reserved, because that would cause issues. Determine the width and height so that we know what they are. Um, acquire the bitmap so that we have it. Clear the bitmap. Status bitmap, and then the default color should be 0, so it can just be clear, not clear to color. So yeah, status bitmap, and then it's a function of that, so arrow, and then clear with capital C, and
Wait.
it takes one parameter.
You got to go a little bit slower.
Okay, arrow.
Status bitmap. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
whoops.
that's arrow because it's a function, and then it's clear with a capital C, and the only parameter it takes is layer, which will be 0. So that will ensure that this bitmap is completely cleared. Now, actually, do we need to do that? Because the question is, does Acquire do that for us? I don't recall if it does. It doesn't appear to. It just creates. So yeah, no, it leaves it to us to clear. So yeah, clear. In some cases, if you're using this for like a menu or something, you might instead want clear to color, which takes layer and color. So it sets every pixel on the bitmap to a color. Just clear by default is the same as clear to color with 0 as the color. So it just clears the
Gotcha.
whole bitmap. Because this is going to potentially show above Link's head, you want the background to be transparent, so it's not just always a black square there or something.
Well,
So
right. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about it being
color 0
distracting.
is so you wouldn't want this to ever be anything other than 0 because it should be transparent background.
Right.
Um, so that's just how it goes. So that's now cleared. Um, so now,
Ready for
but
the.
actually,
Oh, maybe not.
hmm, actually, we're gonna need to clear it every frame.
All right, that's going in the wild true.
So yeah, just put that top of the wall true because that the reasoning for that is that when a status wears off or something, you need to clear the bitmap. So it's probably easier to just instead do the same thing every frame, which is clear it and then draw the necessary stuff. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what we said. This doesn't need clear to color since it's just 0. Um, now that it's cleared, we need to draw to it if we need to draw to it. So what we're now going to need is the ability to count the status length. So now this is where it becomes time to start making some functions.
Okay.
Okay. So we have int statuses, which represents the statuses. If we want any statuses that are engine based, like stun and that, then we will need an update status. So just right now, make a void update statuses.
Update statuses. Okay, parameters.
None.
Okay. Oh, it's just up. Yeah. I see.
Yeah. And then what this is going to do is what you would actually this can be entirely blank for now because we don't need it now.
Okay.
But what this will do for you is if you have like a stun status that you want to use hero stun, what you'll have is you'll need to store the hero stun value in the statuses array for the stun status. So
Okay.
you'll use this to like just copy values.
Okay.
Um,
Gotcha.
because like right now, the statuses array at the index of attack boost is the length of attack boost. So if you added stun as something in enum statuses, then you would want statuses at index stun equals hero stun, so that it has the length so that it can know that to draw.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Yeah. Wow, that sounds
so
really easy.
that's what update will do. So right now you're going to call update statuses at the top of while true. Right now it's going to do nothing, but we'll do something later.
Yep.
Um, we also need void clear statuses, which will need to be called at the top of hero active. And this is going to clear all statuses because when you respawn from a continue, your statuses aren't going to carry over with you.
Right.
So what this is going to do is you're on the game screen again.
Got. Okay, I'm turning that off.
Yeah, you probably should at this rate. Keep doing that.
Hotkeys. This is on display. Trash, trash.
Yeah, clearing. Well, the thing is, the value. The only time the value won't change every frame is if it is entirely. Well, if you're going to measure in seconds for the draw, there's a good chance of it changing fairly regularly. So what we can do is, if there's no status effects, we can make it not need to clear every frame, but it will need to clear every frame if there's at least one status effect active. But we'll worry about that in a minute. So clear statuses, what you're going to do is that's going to have in it. Oh, that's not going to be every frame. That is going to be at the top of Void Run.
Which one? Clear statuses?
Yeah, anywhere above while true. It doesn't matter the order with the other things there. But it basically just needs to. That's going to just set all statuses to 0 because when you respawn, you don't have any status effects. Um,
Yeah. Well, that yeah, that makes sense. No, I don't. Status
so
effects shouldn't
now,
carry over.
yeah. So now clear statuses. What it's going to do is you're going to need to for int q equals 0, q less than num
Uh,
statuses
Mage's Guild
plus
think or
q.
he's thinking that we're misusing bitmaps by updating them
Um,
constantly. That we're misusing. So, hmm.
may as well draw to the screen. I've had some good uses for bitmaps that maintain. I've also had some good uses for bitmaps that just update fairly constantly. Especially if we want to just make, if we want to draw a bunch of stuff here, then we can have the one blit handle anything we need to for positioning instead of needing to reposition every single draw based on a factor. We can just reposition one thing, so the logic's easier. Um, it may not be the most efficient use of bitmaps, but it's still a decent one, I think. Um,
This won't cause any
well,
graphical lag, will it?
it's you might be running a couple extra draws than you would the other way. That for loop should be in clear statuses.
Oh, my fault. I wasn't
Um,
fully. I was reading chat when you were talking about that.
I was reading that too. Um,
Oh God.
oh, description: your game on your stream is set to Clash of Clans.
Say what?
The stream game is set to Clash of Clans.
I literally changed that description like 3 times before I started this. YouTube sucks. Gonna be completely honest. It sucks a lot. Uh, and then I gotta change the Creator Studio Classic every time because they're pushing their new beta, which is by the way incomplete. So that's always cool.
Hmm.
YouTube's shoving down our throat an incomplete beta of a new way that YouTube functions, and it's the most tedious. No, the description's fine. Whatever.
The okay,
And
maybe it's refresh. I see it too, so I'm just gonna refresh. See if
okay,
that fixes it.
so what's in this? What? Uh,
It still says that your game is Clash of Clans. The description is fine, but the game is listed as Clash of
oh God, I
Clans.
know that issue.
YouTube's.
Once again, I've changed that. And the sad thing is, did you know, like over a year ago, Zelda Classic was listed as a game you could put in that list?
Oh, really?
Yeah, in fact, here, ooh, do not close that. Here, yeah, I'll quickly pull that up and show you guys. It's actually kind of interesting. Just within the last year, they've removed that. Control Shift T. Um, so obviously, I've been just putting in Legend of Zelda in there, but for the longest time, Zelda Classic was an option. Like it popped up.
Hmm.
So like right here where it says Legend of Zelda, which by the way, it says Legend of Zelda. So I don't know why for you guys it's saying it's Clash of Clans, but you used to be able to do this, and it would pop up as an option, but doesn't anymore. Unfortunately, you got to put in the old 1986 Legend of Zelda in there. I love how YouTube says 0 people are watching. Yeah, I know that's not true. So thanks for being unreliable.
Yeah. Meanwhile, over here it says 7 for me.
There's actually 7 people on. Wow,
Yep. And it
watching.
still says Clash of Clans too, by the way.
I honestly don't care. I'll fix it
YouTube
afterward.
is fun.
So
So
what are
in
we?
I, so since using I, so it starts at 0,
Okay, well,
and the condition is less than num statuses,
I is less than num. Move. My mouse is
and
always where I don't want it. Okay,
you are incrementing.
okay.
Good.
So what are we doing on each iteration?
So the statuses array, which is just statuses all lowercase, at index I equals 0.
Oh, we're just initializing it. I see.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I may be being stupid because I'm now realizing. Wait, isn't there a function for this?
Something this simple does seem like there would be a function for it.
Yeah, memset. Alright, so never mind. You can just remove that whole thing. And status is an enum, and statuses is an array of size to the enum size. So in clear statuses, we still want clear statuses, just so that's
Oh, all right.
a thing, but it doesn't need a for loop.
Okay.
So then in here, just do memset, MEMSET, all lowercase.
Mem set.
Yep. And this is going to take 3 parameters. The first parameter is the statuses array.
What am I doing? Okay, statuses. Okay.
The second parameter is 0.
Stat.
That's states, not statuses.
Yep, I saw it. Status is
The array is declared globally a bit up. And then
uh.
final parameter is going to be num statuses.
That's much better. Okay.
Okay. So now, so when you respawn, your statuses are cleared. If the bitmap was previously valid, it releases it to make sure there's no bitmap leak. We define the width and height and create the bitmap. Then the while loop starts. We clear the bitmap. We update the statuses. We can probably create multiple while loops within this while loop to make it need to clear the bitmap less. But for now, let's just focus on getting it working and optimize later. Um,
Right.
okay, so what we're going to want to do here is we want to calculate the number of active statuses.
Okay.
Um,
So essentially, how many indices in statuses are not 0?
yeah. So what that comes down to, um,
For loop checking how many are not 0?
okay. So here's the thing: we want to know that, but we also want to know which ones are not 0. So I'm trying to think not just one step ahead, but several steps ahead.
All right, I'll just start with this.
So yeah, I'll loop through it, which will be less than num statuses up to num statuses. I mean, doing a namespace for status might work, but I don't think we need it here. Um, brace out the for loop because it's going to be a for loop.
All right.
Um, okay, so here's
Then. All right. Well, I've got that done at least.
pre-increment.
Okay then. I am so not used to doing pre incrementing.
Um,
I wonder how my professors would feel if I just suddenly started doing this.
okay. So then we want more in that. Probably in the if. We want more in the if. So braces on the if.
All right. That seems like some weird
And
implementation.
then we're going to want,
What the heck is going on? That is weird. Okay.
okay, make an int array above the for.
Okay. What am I calling it?
This is going to be status seconds
Of size.
of size num statuses. Most things are going to be of size num statuses because that's automatically resized based on adding new statuses. Okay,
Gotcha.
so now um, you're going to do plus plus active statuses, and then you're going to do status seconds at index I,
Status seconds at I.
and that's going to equal ceiling, capital C,
Ceiling.
of statuses at I divided by 60.
Statuses at I divided by 60.
Because you probably don't want to display the number of frames that a status is active on the screen. You probably want to display
Oh,
the number of seconds.
right. Yeah.
Um, and
I
not only will this serve for that, this will also allow us to use this to compare to later to create better optimization. Because we'll be able to compare if we need to redraw, which means if we need to clear the bitmap.
Okay.
Because we'll know if the second changes.
He's saying we might want to truncate, not ceiling.
Well, the question is, do you want it to display that there are 0 seconds left for 59 frames? Or do you want it to be 3, 2, 1, and then the status is gone?
Well, I mean, yeah. Three, two,
Then
one,
ceiling.
gone.
Because then 1 divided by 60 ceilinged is 1. So it will never display 0 above your head.
Could we almost show? Is this may sound really stupid, but like show the frames as not obviously they're not milliseconds, but like you would have seconds dot and then maybe frames. I don't know. It
That
doesn't.
will take up extra space, and it will
Yeah.
take up more screen space. So that's the issue with that.
As I was saying that, I was thinking that is just gonna be too
Yeah.
much
It
and
would be perfectly
unnecessary.
valid, and you could actually display it as milliseconds. There is a conversion for that.
Oh, there is. Oh,
I
well,
mean, so you have 60 frames per second, so it's a percentage calculation. What percent of 60 is the current number of frames left?
oh, that's actually not that complicated at all.
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
the thing is, I don't think any player is gonna need that
yeah,
level of
no, and it's going
precision.
to take up space. So,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
and that'll make it more
So,
distracting. So,
yeah. So instead, we're not going to do that, and we're just going to focus on
yeah.
seconds. So what that's going to do, because it's ceiling, that means that that value will never be 0 unless the status is 0, in which case yeah. And since that was just
Huh.
declared in this loop, it will always start at 0, so you don't need an else there to reset it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because
Um,
it'll only do anything if that current status is not
yeah, precisely.
nothing.
So that should be good. That will count the number of active statuses and then determine how many seconds is left on each one, which is information that will both help us optimize later and will be used for drawing.
So yeah,
Okay.
I assume the next step is now drawing those seconds.
The next step is to draw each status, which will require a couple of things.
Okay.
Firstly, we're going to need a function. And this function is going to be um, int get tile, and it is going to take uh, status s with
Uh
capital S
oh,
because that's the enum
status
type.
s. Oh, I forgot we made an enum for that. Okay.
So capital S in status.
Oh, oops.
So what that will do for us is
Oh,
only a status variable can be passed.
right.
Now we're going to switch s.
Switch. Ooh, my first switch statement in a long time. I have not done switch statements in a while. Okay, we need this. We need case. I hope this is correct. I have
Um,
not done them in a
at,
while.
yeah, after the switch statement closes, you're going to put return null. Like after the, oh yeah, just as a final return to make sure it always returns something that should theoretically never be reachable, but it's there. So it's a case space value colon. Um,
Uh,
and you're not going to actually need breaks here because we're going to be using returns instead.
oh. I don't even think I
Um,
did that break right.
you did should have been tabbed one more, but so you're going to need case attack boost.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I see what's going on. All right, and then return the attack boost tile.
Yes. So then the colon goes after attack boost. By the way,
Oh, so it's like case attack boost. Really?
it's case. Yes, case space value colon.
That's C++ and I think Java do that differently, but
No, it doesn't.
really? Huh.
I am 100% certain I used Java like a week ago. So,
Hmm. Well,
oh,
I guess C++.
it's
I haven't.
not a blur for me, Zariah. You might have too low a quality on your stream, and I'm at 480p.
Oof.
If you want to increase the text size a bit, control scroll wheel up should do that. By the way,
Eh. Yeah. I'll increase
Zariah's
it a
saying he
little
has
bit.
trouble seeing, so
The only thing about increasing that is because then I need to
yeah, it takes more scrolling to get around.
yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, you've immediately picked up exactly
I mean,
what I was going for
it's
here.
not
It
exactly
is
that
fairly intuitive.
complicated. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's all we have
Now,
so far.
here's the fun thing for the Paper Zelda project. Imagine this, but you have like 100 rings, and you then have like 4 functions like this with switch statements, which need cases for each of the 100 rings. Because that's what we've got going on over there. um, but anyway, so that should be good, and you'll need to add one for each new status you add, which will be the tile. So
Right.
now we know what tile to draw based purely on the index of the status.
Yep.
Okay, so now back to the main function.
Oh hey, South FL Pyrotechnics. Welcome to the stream. Where are we over here? Okay. Anyway.
Okay, so now, um, what we need to do, the reason we need to know the number of active statuses actually has nothing to do with looping through to do the draws. We need to know that so we know how to center the draws. Um, because the farthest left status is going to need to be positioned based on the number of active statuses. So now we're going to want just declare int index. Don't need to assign it anything. Can't assign it 0. Assigning it, for the record, assigning something to 0 is the same as not assigning it.
Wait. So what now? What exactly am I
Int
doing?
index.
Oh. Okay. So you don't need to instantiate primitives.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Rearrange them horizontally.
Yep, arranging horizontally. If you add enough and they can all be at once, it may end up being a good idea to attempt some logic to arrange them so that it like there's a max per row and it creates multiple rows, but that's going to immediately complicate things.
Wait, get rid of that equals zero.
Oh yeah,
What do
yep,
you, what?
so that's correct. So you have statuses not equal zero.
Okay.
Um, if you don't put an operator, not equal zero is presumed. That's a C++ thing.
Wait.
So you don't need not equal zero. You can just do if status is I.
Really?
Yep. That's we had this discussion last time, I think, where Boolean isn't a real type. It's just anything that is
Well,
zero is false. Anything that's not zero is true.
well, right. Yeah. I didn't notice that because I didn't see this as a boolean. But I guess it is a
Well,
boolean
it's
because
an
it
if
isn't true
condition.
or false. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
an if condition.
Well,
Ifs take a Boolean. They take
again,
true or false.
that's not something I have really gotten used to yet.
I learned it through Z script. It
Like,
is indeed a thing.
and this is how C++ is too.
Yep.
Wow. So that is interesting. That is very interesting.
Okay, so we now have that, and we have an index. For the record, I don't recall if assigning something to zero is equivalent to not assigning it or slower. It may be equivalent because I think it may just be that the parser automatically adds an assign to zero. Um,
Hmm.
but anyway, so because of the active status is equal zero, I'm not sure if it's
Well,
same or
especially in some situations, I've always been just in habit of doing that to just
and for the record, that is a Z script thing, not a C++ thing. C++, you have got to assign everything.
well, not only, well, like I've also used Java, and in Java you don't always need to because
Java,
in Java primitives
um,
are by default zero, but
yeah.
it's just good. I was always taught it's good habit because then in case some weird memory issue happens or something gets set to a high negative number or whatever, that finding it to zero just guarantees you know what it is. So
By the way, Zariah Russ has something about Ghost in the server.
yeah, I have this little green dot here, and it just really I hate that. I want to clear it, but
Yeah.
I
Um,
privacy and all that.
yep.
I need to cover that up.
Yeah, it's always annoying to me. I usually have the full screen, so I don't have to see it. Anyway, so now we have an index variable. I just need to think through all this. We have the seconds per thing. We have the number of active statuses. We have the index variable.
We are now. I believe what we're doing is we are now placing where to draw each of these.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we're for loop, which is going to be the same as the other one for int I equals 0, I less than num statuses plus I.
Yeah. Let's just copy this head.
Okay, thanks. I wasn't sure. So if you do an assign to 0, it is equivalent to not doing the assign.
Okay.
Um, yeah, yeah. I didn't remember if it was equivalent or faster to not do it, but it makes sense that it needs to do it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is now we're going to have a fun time.
Oh boy.
Um,
For some reason, I don't
okay,
think it's going to be actually fun.
so unless statuses at I,
Unless statuses at I. I'm also not used
oh,
to unless.
yeah, that's not even that is what was it, Ruby, I think. You can do this one line. Because it's just going to be unless status is at I, continue.
I noticed you do one-liners. I am not a one-line person, so excuse me if I.
I usually do pure one line only if it's a break or a continue or a short statement.
Oh, for the record, next semester I'll be taking a class programming language structures where I will learn Ruby. So, yeah, should be cool.
Unless and until is Pascal, and Zoria says Ruby probably also has unless. I think I remember hearing it as Ruby.
So, unless
But
status is
yeah.
I, what exactly am I doing again?
Okay, continue.
Oh, that's a capital C. I've
Yeah,
seen that method
yeah.
before.
Continue skips the rest of this breaks out of a loop, all lower. No, no, not no, no, no. Continue. It's like break,
Oh,
not a function, and all lowercase.
I thought it was a function.
You
Oh,
know, so game continue is a function, which is the same as f6 continue. That is not what we want here.
oh, you can
Continue is yeah,
so there's a function to
yeah,
induce continue.
yes.
Ooh, good to know.
Anyway, so the point of this is break would break out of the loop entirely. What continue does is it skips the rest of this iteration and goes back to the top of the loop. So continue there. You're
Oh,
basically saying if so you're saying unless the status is active, skip it.
okay. It actually sounds a lot
Um,
like JMP in NASA. Just put jump, or not JMP.
a Ruby lets you make 1 + 1 = 3. um,
Well, 1 + 1 equivalent to 3. That is stupid. What?
oh, that's fun. Okay, so continuing in this for loop after the
Oh,
continue.
Yokels, I've actually seen that. There is a proof on YouTube of a guy demonstrating the proof of 1 = 2. It's actually pretty amazing.
Uh,
Look it up. 1 = 2 mathematical proof. It's awesome.
okay, so after continue, still in the loop. That loop does nothing right now.
After continue, still in the loop. Okay.
Um, because now we need to actually handle all the drawing, which is all
Ooh.
going to be in this loop.
Oh boy.
For the record, control backspace will backspace an entire word, and if you have like a line of white space, it'll get rid of
Yeah.
the whole
Yeah, I
white
know.
space.
I know.
Okay, so
I forget the shortcuts sometimes.
now what
But
we
I know.
need to do is okay. So the start position, we may actually want to do that before the loop.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So before the loop, do another. Do define start underscore x.
Define start x. Oh, and then start y. Find
We're not
start.
going to need y because
Okay.
we don't move in the y direction. We only move in the x direction.
And what do we want our start x to be default then?
So start x is going to be okay. So
So are you just trying to ballpark where you want to put it?
well, I need to calculate where the farthest left status that is currently being displayed needs to be on the bitmap. If all of the statuses are active, then it is 0. But only if all of the statuses are active. For each status that is not active, it moves right by half of status width.
Oh wait, okay, so actually here's a question I have. So one status will be directly above link. And then the second status
Statuses, so you have a row of statuses. The
right,
statuses are all horizontal to each other.
right.
So you have the status tile, which has a number above it or below it. We can decide that.
Okay.
I think above it
I
makes
think
sense.
above, yeah, above.
It's easily changeable. But basically, the idea is we have this rectangle of fixed size that is being drawn above link's head.
Okay.
Where in the rectangle do we draw the statuses? If they're all active, they will fill the entire rectangle, so we start at the left. If one is active, it needs to be centered above link, which means it needs to be centered in the rectangle. If there are two active, and that's not all of them, then two need to be centered above link so that the between them
Oh,
is centered.
okay.
So we need to calculate based on having them all be centered, what would the left be? So if one is missing,
Oh, gotcha.
then so for each one that is missing, we move we add so for each one that is missing means num statuses minus active statuses. So do that in parentheses because we need some order of operations here. Because yeah, it's going to be an equation.
Num statuses minus active.
Constant identifier is not legal. It's not defined as 0. Sorry, the compiler will give you constant not assigned error. So yeah, num status is status active act status is the variable, not constant. It's the one we just did in the previous loop.
Wait, say again. Active statuses.
That
Yeah,
that you just did.
yeah.
So put that in parentheses because
Uh,
order of operation.
okay. Put this entire thing in parentheses.
Yep, because we're going to multiply. That is so num statuses minus active statuses is the number of missing statuses. No. So just that. Yeah, because
Yeah,
that is
yeah. I
so
know.
that's the number of missing statuses, and the number of missing statuses times
Okay. Okay, so times.
No, Zariah, if you make a constant without an assign, I didn't do that. If that was a change, then that was gray. I did. If that was a change, that was gray. Unless that was something I had to fix related to the one crash, in which case doing it was causing crashes. So yeah. Anyway, so here there's going to be times, and there's another set of parentheses here because this needs to be another thing in parentheses, and this is going to be status width over 2.
Status width divided by 2. Okay.
Right. So half of the status width is taken off of the left side for each missing status. The other half is taken off of the right, but we don't need to calculate the right.
Well, right, yeah, because it'll be centered.
So that's how you center. Is you take it off each
Ah,
side.
I see exact. Wow. Okay. Yep. All right. I see exactly what this is
Okay.
for.
So now start X, and the reason we have index is each time we draw a status, we're going to add one to index. So it's going to be okay. So our draw X is going to be, and you don't need to type this anywhere because we need to set up the function first. But the place we draw is going to be start X plus index times status width, because that's going to end up being the position for that status. Starting with 0 index would be start X, which is where the first one goes.
Right.
So that's the logic. So now we need to do status bitmap pointer.
Status. Oh wait. Oh. Wait. Status. Oh, that's right. Status. BMP pointer. What are we pointing to?
We need to okay. So what do we need to do first? First, we probably want to draw the tile, so fast tile. This has most of the same drawing functions that you'll find under screen. So if you've drawn to the screen, this can do the same
I
functions.
have
So
used
fast
fast
tile.
tiles, so yeah.
Yep. Layer can be 0 because bitmap. Um, X can be
Start X.
yeah, start X plus index times status width.
God dang it. Oh my god. Control Z way too much. Uh, start X. Start X what? Plus?
Thanks, Eucles. That's plus index times status width. It's probably in parentheses.
Plus in.
Probably technically doesn't matter, but I would put parentheses because I
Plus.
always put parentheses.
Plus index what?
Index times status width.
Wait, what did Yoko say?
Euclid said, I have to resist during these sorts of streams the temptation to write the whole script myself while waiting for it to be talked through.
Jeez. Okay.
Thank you for resisting that.
Um. There is order of operations in Z script, I assume, so this shouldn't need
Yes,
parentheses.
I would still put parentheses just because I don't. I have been burned too many times by missing parentheses somewhere, so I always put them. I will tell you right now, parentheses do not slow down anything. They don't slow
Right.
down the parser. Like it's all in the lexer at the very beginning, which it's a very fast step.
How do you?
Okay, Zoraya, I have no clue how to pronounce Yukel's name, so that's how it comes up.
Oh wait.
Okay. So now the Y is going to be.
Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, we probably want to store that because this would be a function call. So actually scroll up back to where we declared height.
Yeah. Oh. Like where all the
Yeah.
configs and defines
So
are.
what you're gonna do is no, just define width, define height in the function.
Oh, okay. All right.
And above define height, you're going to want to define font height equals text font height status font.
Oh, you wanted to. Okay, sure. Define. Define what?
Font height underscore optional if you want to separate it
We've.
into words.
It's consistency. Might as well.
Yep. And
Define.
that's going to be equals text, the same thing you have in the line below for text font height, because we don't want to have to call text font height every time.
Okay.
So we say your name by literally saying out all the letters. Nope, not doing that. It is from now on Eucles.
You will kill. You'll. Oh my god! I can't even pronounce that.
uh,
I can't show
uh,
Mage's Guild's message for some reason. That's weird. He sent a message that apparently he said you will kill Luke Skywalker, and I guess YouTube doesn't like the word kill, and they won't let me show it. All right, well I guess that message will forever be hidden. Okay, so we have. You want it to still be
Okay,
status font that we put in there,
yeah.
or
So basically, just so semicolon, that's done, and then in the line below where you use it, just use font height, the constant, instead of the whole thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh, it's a semicolon there. But
Yeah.
yeah, so basically, we're just declaring this as constant, so we don't need to keep calling that function every time. No, just nope,
What?
just the part that it should be
Oh,
status
plus
height plus
I
font height.
yeah I see I realize that. Jeez. Okay. Yep. That makes sense. Okay.
Right. So that basically that will save us needing to call it every time. So now back where we were, um, the y index is going to be
Font height.
well, yeah. If we want, we will check if we want to add padding later. If we do, it's easy enough. So sorry, I don't get anarchist about that. And then remembering fast tile. It's just I think it's just tile. So that would be
If
in
you
this case,
if you need help
that would be
remembering it, I have a call in here
yeah.
somewhere.
It's I think it's tile c set opacity is all it is. So
And
in this case, it would be the tile is going to be the get tile function.
get okay. Oh, that's right. We made a get tile.
Now here's the problem. That takes a status enum, but we technically just have an int. So how are we going to call that? Well, we're going to cast because we know because i's value is always between 0 and num statuses that it is always a valid status enum, so we can cast safely. Casting in ZScript is not done with parentheses because the parser threw a frickin' fit when I tried that. So it's done with angle brackets instead.
I'm sorry. What?
So you're going to do angle brackets, less than greater than, and you're going to put the status enum's type name in between them.
Uh. Oh wow. So
So
you cast with those brackets.
yep,
Interesting.
because I tried making it parentheses and it just didn't work. The
Really?
compiler threw a fit. I
Wow.
don't know why. There's been several other things that have thrown an entire fit, and I've had to just figure out what was wrong with it. At this point, I was like, "Do angle brackets work? Yes, they do. Okay, done."
In
So
like
yeah, status,
in
status
like
with capital S.
in like every language, it's lower whatever. So status. We're just casting it to a status.
Yep. So that's going to be status, and then after the right, after the greater than I.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
So
I've never
so
cast it
yeah,
that way.
we're
That's
casting I to status.
okay.
The reason for this, the get tile requires the status enum
Right.
as sanity. And I will tell you right now, casting like that does not slow down the playtime at all. It is handled entirely in the parser. In fact, here's the fun thing to know. Type don't exist after you compile.
Hmm.
Zasm doesn't have types. They don't exist. So
So
anything to do with types is all at that. So that's your tile. So then after tile, you need CSET. CSET is 0 because these are all by definition 8-bit, so we don't need to deal with CSETs.
cool.
Because otherwise we need a whole nother function with a whole nother switch just for CSETs, which no.
Oh, and isn't that
And
because
then,
we made the tile 8-bit?
yep, and that's by definition how this works, and they all have to be 8-bit or CSET 0, just otherwise you're not using them with the script.
Perfect.
Easy, cheap way to just save some script time. And then opacity should be opaque. Doesn't matter if we want it to be translucent later, that because we're drawing to the bitmap, not to the screen. So the translucency later would be on the bitmap being drawn to the screen and not on the draw to the bitmap.
Zachary joined in right when we're in the middle of script talking, so he's all
Indeed.
lost.
So what that now does is that draws the tile to the bitmap at the correct position.
Yay.
Okay, so now we need to actually draw the seconds. Um,
Okay.
so
What do we just
here's
do?
a fun thing. It's
Right.
going to be a draw function, but the question is
Yeah.
draw integer. So my issue with draw integer is that it doesn't have auto centering or anything. and yeah, no, it doesn't do
Well,
centering. It doesn't do any of that. So the better way to do this, because that doesn't have any way to auto center,
yeah.
is that we're actually going to use drawString, which means we need to convert the number to a string.
Well, I'm also trying to think like what is the obviously we
Because
won't go over.
font height is the Y pos because it's below a line of text at the font.
No, I'm thinking of something different. I'm thinking like
I'm
how
talking to
many.
Zora.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of how many digits. Like they won't go above three. Like the most I might ever have something. Well, like 3 minutes. I don't know. I feel
I
like
mean,
60 seconds would be the most.
it's going to be auto centered, so it doesn't particularly matter.
Oh, all right. Well, okay.
So what we're going to do now is you're going to want to declare a string buffer here, which for the record in 2.55 you should do as car32, all lowercase. That is a new type, which you can use for string stuff.
Oh, it's car. Yeah,
Right.
I know.
Yep.
Okay.
Car as in character.
Yep.
See.
I took me
Yeah.
a
Okay.
second, but
Yep. So yeah, that's basically it's car32 instead of just car because car implies it's a byte size, but we don't have a way yet to size things as car32 because it's a 32-bit car type. It's exactly identical to int. Int casts to it implicitly. It casts to int implicitly. It
ooh.
is there's almost no difference. It's just separate for purposes of function matching. So if you have a function that takes int and a function that takes car with the same name, it will call different ones.
Oh, that's really
And this is
convenient.
going to be this can just be buff, and it's going to be an array, and give it size. I don't know, 8.
Okay. It's an array. What should I call this?
Actually, it probably doesn't even buff. Just buff. Buf.
Oh, buff, and it's an
Yeah,
array of
it's just a buffer.
size.
Actually, size. Yeah, size 8 just to be safe.
Okay.
Buff with one F.
Oh. Uh,
It's a common name that's used in a lot of places. So
but this is a buffer array.
yeah, it's just buffer.
I'm doing two
Uh,
Fs.
and on the next line, you're going to call Itoa.
Itella.
Itoa, all lowercase.
Okay.
Stands for integer. Stands for integer to ASCII.
Integer. Oh, okay.
Itoa. No.
Itoa. Oh,
Yeah. I2A
integer.
is
Oh, all right.
yeah.
Yeah. Looking at it for a second, I
Yeah.
understood.
And this takes two. And buff really should be one F.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay, so your buff, comma,
buff, comma. What's the other thing?
and then status seconds at index I.
Status seconds at I. Okay. So what does this just converts? Okay, I see it. It just converts.
Yeah, it's going to take the seconds and put it in the string.
Oh, it
So now we
takes.
need to,
So it takes the
yeah,
second parameter and converts it to.
a string and stores it in the first parameter.
Gotcha.
So now, um, that buff is going to bother the hell out of me forever.
You're gonna find I don't like to do. I don't necessarily like to do things like everyone else does them.
Yeah,
So get
I
used to
mean,
it.
it's only that like 50,000 trillion scripts use buff,
Yeah.
including the standard files, and it's BUF in every last one of them.
Well, hey, you'll know that this was a script by me.
Oh god. Okay. At least you do your braces and shit right.
You know it.
That
Hey,
would be
I
more
have had
infuriating.
so many compile issues in all of my programs where it's just one freaking colon or one. Ugh. Won't happen. At least, well, it will happen, but I won't be happy about it.
Okay. So now you're going to need to use status bitmap drawstring.
Status. I assume the status bit. Oh wait, ah, dang it. Yeah, BMP. Okay, status bitmap. What?
Drawstring.
Uh, draw. Ooh, is it? Do I use the arrow and then draw a string?
Yeah, arrow drawstring. It's just like screen drawstring.
I don't know if that's how it's. Is it all like DS are capitalized or is it all
Yeah.
lowercase?
Most functions that are after a pointer are each word is capitalized.
All right. Well, I don't know. I mean, some functions have only.
That's fairly consistent.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Okay, so now we're gonna have a bunch of parameters. First is layer, which
Sweet.
is 0.
Oh, okay. So all this is going to be drawn on the zeroth layer.
Layer is just timing. So unless you need to time where something's drawn, now Timing for drawing it to the screen can come later,
Well,
but that can be
okay,
on any layer, and we everything that's done before that draw has to be done on a lower layer. This is all just setting up the bitmap, so it can all be done on 0 because you're setting it up all at the very start of the drawing.
I see. Okay, because I am thinking because like
You'll
in
probably
case
want it on layer 7 on the screen, but that's later.
that's what I was thinking. Okay,
Yeah, layers are timing. They're draw order. There
right.
aren't actually layers. It's just timing.
Oh no, I
So
understand that. Yeah.
yeah, um, the X is going to be. This is going to be fun. First, copy the X that you have for the draw tile,
Oh,
the
this
fast
is
tile.
yeah, this is definitely gonna be
But
fun.
then we're going to add something to it.
Sweet.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you, sir. I have it open. But thank you for the paste of the parameters. And this is going to be plus status width over 2.
Status width
Because we're
over.
giving it the center X of this section. So the left part gets us the left of the section. So then we now are getting the center of the section, which is half of the width away from the left. The Y is going to be 0,
Sweet.
because this is at the top.
Okay.
Yeah, layer on bitmap can be almost pointless, but I've had uses for it in the past. Yeah, order of commands is important for bitmaps. Okay, so now after that is the font, so status font.
Did I have this on? Yeah. Status font. Okay.
And did we make constants for colors?
I don't. I don't think I
Okay,
have
it's time.
anything.
Um, Control F for color with a capital C.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything for color.
Okay. So now we're gonna want probably put this up by your global first because we're gonna do a couple things with colors. And the first one is gonna be up by your global. Just like these are gonna be constants that a bunch of scripts might use.
Oh yeah, that actually is a good idea. Yeah, let's go all the way up on my. You're saying like by global active, right?
Yeah, like way up. And
Yeah.
there's going to be enum color with a capital C.
Enum. Okay. Enum color. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
Um,
So what all colors are we defining?
and don't forget semicolon after the close brace and enum.
Oh, that's right. You do that with.
It's the only place it's required in all of these scripts.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And even in other
Eh.
languages, it's. I don't know if you even do
Other
that.
languages require it, which is why Zorai made me require that. It is my most common compile error is forgetting that semicolon. So now you're gonna want zquest open
Okay.
because what this is going to basically be is going to be finding whatever colors you want. There's gonna be like color black, color white, color red, color blue,
Ooh, I
and
started
they're going to
doing
be
this. Yeah. Okay.
pulled from your palette.
Okay. So I'm guessing you want me to look at
Yeah,
palettes.
open palette main.
Okay. So refresh me. What exactly are we drawing at this current moment?
Well, this is gonna be text. But right now we need to focus on basically we want to just make a few common colors and put them in this enum. So for instance, black for you is OX08.
OX08.
These are all gonna be in hex. And it's
Yes.
OX C set color in C set. So I would do C underscore black.
Nah. Oh, that's probably the help control F it, right?
And autofill. C underscore would then give you a list of all of your colors. And is going to be equals OX08,
Okay.
comma, and then after each comma, you can enter if you want. You don't have to, but it's optional. It has to be a comma after the 8.
Gotcha.
But then C, white, for sure is one you're going to want. Black and white, always good to have.
White is OC.
Oh, those are so weird.
What?
Almost every tile set I've ever worked in, OX01 is white, OXOF is black.
Huh.
Lowercase x, by the way.
Oh, caps lock.
And then you might want to define like a red, blue, green. Oh, and at the very top, the first one should actually be C underscore trans for transparent, which is OXOO, obviously.
C trans O X O. Okay. Comma. Okay. So red, you're gonna have to tell me what is red. Is that O
Okay,
seven
Zariah,
or O three?
uh, if you pull up the, oh, yeah, you did. OXO4.
OXO4 is red?
Yep.
Wow, I was wrong on both accounts. Okay.
OX1A is also red, almost the same red. But so like it should
Okay,
have.
don't tell me
See,
blue is.
Zariah, for me, I was always taught it. All caps equals constant.
I was also taught
So
that too, so
it's
caps are
it's in my
constants.
brain, and I'm not gonna name it otherwise.
Okay, so don't tell me blue is OA.
Um, that is a light purple.
That's purple. My God. Okay, what is blue?
Um, so there's two. Your solidest blue is probably OX1F.
OX1F. Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
OX1.
OE is also kind of blue, but it's lighter. We were using those in the corner there for the sword handle for the sword icon. Um, but yeah.
There's no comma for the last one, right?
Nope. If you want to keep going and define a couple more,
Eh.
maybe a green or a yellow, but you don't need those until you need them.
Right.
After the enum, after the semicolon on the next line, we're going to do a quick type def.
Is that all caps? Type def.
Nope, all lowercase. So this is going to be type def const color using the name color that we just defined,
Uh,
and then
don't
color in all caps.
const. Yeah. Oh, okay. I did that right. Okay. Type def
So
const color.
no, const and then color with first letter caps, and then color in all caps.
First, wait. First letter. Wait, what?
So enum color. Notice how that's capitalized.
Yeah.
That, type that first, and then space color in all caps.
Ugh. Okay. I don't know why.
Because what basically what you're saying is that color in all caps is the same as color with first caps, but is constant.
uh. For some reason, I can't visualize that.
Okay. Okay. Type def const color where C is the only capital letter,
Okay. Oops.
and then space, and then color in all caps. These are even
Oh. Okay.
so you're type defining that color in all caps is equivalent to const color.
Okay. I see. Yeah. All right. I see. I
So
also haven't.
now,
I also haven't used type defs that much. I used them a
yeah,
little bit in
yeah.
C++, but not too much.
Um, but yeah, and the semicolon after color, obviously,
Yeah.
the finish line.
Right.
Basically, I just do this. It's colored in my language highlighting because I use this particular one so much. I love how semicolons remove coloring from whatever's for them. I would love to figure out how to fix that. But basically, this allows easy. If I want to declare a color variable, I declare it with the type where only the first letter is capitalized. But if I want to color constant, I don't need to type const color. I can just type color in all caps, and it means constant because all caps means constant. So,
Right.
okay, now we can go back to the hero active.
That's not. There we go. Okay. Back to our drawstring.
I mean, hey, this is scripting locals. I'm trying to show him how to do this new fancy stuff. And this also isn't the script I've ever made, so this is equally trial and error for me. Okay, so now above, we need to declare a new constant because we need to
Okay.
declare color, which will be of type color in all caps, which is why we just did all that.
So color and just call it color, I guess, or text color
Yeah, so
maybe.
yeah, color text underscore color,
Well,
or maybe status text color. because this isn't in the function, so it's global. And all caps because it's constant.
Oh, this is a constant. Yeah. My God. Status, text, color, and yeah, there should be underscores in there. Okay.
No, Zariah, because using the type not in caps is not constant. Constants are in all caps. Non-constants are not caps. Colon is used in a few ways, yokels. In switch case, you use a colon after the case. In ternary, you do it's Boolean question mark if the Boolean is true, colon if the Boolean is false. And if you have a namespace, colon is used as a scope res. Same as dot is used to scope res a script. Text color should probably be white, by
Alright.
the way.
Sure.
So yeah, colon has three uses. Single colon, two, and then double colon is the scope res. Which actually you can see on bitmaps there. Bitmaps release, bitmaps colon release. Two dots is for. Is that? I don't remember. So basically now status text color is the color there. Comma -1, which is the background color, except -1 means no background,
I see.
which is yeah. And then pull this up again. So color background color format. So all caps TF underscore centered.
Okay. Is there any more parameters? Because it's getting pretty
Yep.
long. Oh boy.
Yeah, the drawstring gets long. There are two more parameters. After that, you need the string, which is going to be your buff.
Yep.
And then after that is OP opaque for opaque draw.
Okay.
Love my quality just suddenly shitting itself.
Alright, well, I do have buff and OP opaque. So.
All right. So that should be correct. So basically, that's drawing on layer 0 at the x of the status effect plus half of it. So the center of it. In at y0 in the font that we've defined, in the color that we've defined, with no background color, the x given is treated as the center of the text. The buff is the text, which is the number of seconds remaining, and it is opaquely drawn. That should be it for this loop.
did you add centured or centured or both? American ease? Okay. Interesting.
Um,
It is centered.
yeah,
Okay. I mean, that's how you would spell centered. So, eh.
in American, not in British. Those always get me. Like, why do you put an extra U in color? No.
Oh, and armor too.
Yeah, the extra U uh, the extra U in letters just bothers me.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's it for that for loop. So you don't need those extra lines there. You can just end the for loop with the drawstring.
Okay.
Basically, draw each tile and then the text above it.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so now
Why do you put an extra e in centered? Well, you have the word center, and then
you add ed.
yeah. It's just English.
Like you have the word like center ed.
Well,
That's not how you spell center.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So center like
That's no, sorry, center,
center like that for us.
sector. Yeah, that's the thing that always gets me. Americanese, I love
Well,
it.
the in,
And why is defense spelled with a C and not an S?
Wait, really? They spell defense with a C?
Yes, defense is with the C. In ZC, it is
Oh
valid
wait,
both ways.
wait. So I wait. They spell it with a C or an S.
C.
Okay, that's how I'm used to it. Wait, people
Oh,
spell it with an S? Oh wait, I don't. Wait, hold on.
I-
Looking at it spelled both ways, I've seen it both ways, but I don't think I've ever acknowledged either or.
yeah, no, defense with an S is by far what I'm used to.
But
Defense
like
with a C always bothers me when I see it.
seeing it with an S, it looks normal, but seeing it with the C doesn't. I think I spelled it both ways without even acknowledging it. How interesting.
There you go. Yeah, with a C, it just looks wrong to me, but I know it's right.
Both ways look right to
Also,
me.
fun thing: gray versus gray. Is it an A or is it an
Uh,
E? It's an A in American and it's an E in England.
Honestly, I've spelled
So
that
that's
both
an easy
ways.
one to remember. I've felt it both ways. I've never known the difference until I learned that, and it's like, oh yeah, that's easy to remember.
Well, English is considered the fancy, highly sophisticated English, and American ease is supposed to be your hick version of it, as some would consider it. So, how fancy and sophisticated are you is the real question.
I will give you yes. The word fence is spelt with a C, so
Hmm.
defense is D before fence. So why isn't it?
Yeah, but okay,
that
but then you're saying that fence is a part of the word defense, which have two completely different meanings. So can you really compare them?
if I build a fence, it defends my property from things outside of it.
Hmm.
So no,
So I guess
that
that would come down to how was the word fence? How was that
how,
introduced? If it was defined
uh,
in that way, let's look at the
okay.
origin of the word fence.
Let's get back to scripting. Oh my
Eh,
god. Okay, so now it's time to draw to the screen. Now that we've drawn all the things,
okay.
and actually, okay. So what this is gonna be.
Heard of fencing? No.
Okay, so let's actually scroll up, and we're going to add a global variable.
Just in the hero active.
Yeah, like above, so global, like under status bitmap probably would make sense. It's a variable, not a constant.
Oh, I see. Under status bitmap. Gotcha.
And this is going to be actually we need to add an enum too because this is going to be an enum typed variable.
Enum. What enum are we making?
Um, enum status pos,
Status pause.
pos as in position,
Oh, position. Pause. Okay. Let's do pause status.
capital P preferably.
That's what I was doing.
Okay.
I realized it.
Now, so now, these so for these constants to differentiate them, they should probably start with sp underscore for status pos. So sp underscore
Makes
and
sense.
then above head
Above head. Oh wait, above. Dang it. Head. Okay, and
and
just
for now we'll just leave it at that.
okay.
So that's the only one. You don't need an equals.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Or comma. We'll just leave it at that. So this will be places it can be in a setting. I mean, if you want to put like sp uh under or sp top right for top right corner.
Yeah. Okay, I think that should be fine for now.
So we can add those two for now, and then you're going to do a variable which it is actually it's fine. So just do now the variable is going to be type status pos.
Ooh, status. Pause. Status pose. I'll say status pose because that's position.
And this can be well, see, my brain now wants me to call the variable status pos, but
Um.
I mean, just
Yeah. That
shorthand. Just do s underscore pos.
I'm fine with status pause.
Okay, or that
I've
that
named
works.
variables like that before.
And it can equal sp above head, which it technically doesn't need to because it has a value of 0. But with enums, I like making it clear that it's an enum value.
Also, I cannot get over the fact that we just defined a variable of status position type above where it's defined.
Yeah.
That's weird.
I will tell you, technically, compile time will be slightly slowed by that, but you also do it with the status, and you use num statuses above it for the status array, and doing it twice doesn't cause any extra slow.
Hmm.
Basically, it loops through from top to bottom, and it skips anything that it out yet.
So it
And
just
when it
has
hits
to
the
do an
bottom,
extra
it
look.
goes back to the top and loops. So the complexity of the loops is dependent on how many of those you do, and it will, if you do it enough, it will eventually hit a hard limit where it's set to say, not looping that many times, I can't find it. Sorry, it's not defined. Because it has a hard limit eventually.
Hmm.
Just so that it doesn't get ridiculously long.
Well,
That's how the registration phase works.
well, it would kind
Um,
of kill me to have a random variable in between here anyway. So let's just leave it for
but yeah, anyway, so yeah, so that's gonna be the start pause. Because now back to the function. Because now we have a pause. Now you can have an options menu, modify that,
now.
and
Yeah.
that will change where we draw. So what we're now going to do is we're going to um actually because of refreshing stuff. I'm thinking both on the immediate what needs to be done and also on the next level of making this not slow. So actually, above while true, we're going to need to declare a variable,
All right. Might as well
and
play
that
with
is
my
going,
options.
yeah, and we're going to declare it's going to be of type status pass,
Status position.
and then its name just make it like s underscore pass.
Well, this will be the current position that it uses, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and it's going to equal the global variable that we just declared.
Okay.
Because basically, we're going to need to know if anything has changed that requires us to change. Actually, no. Never mind, because changing the position it draws to doesn't mean any change to the bitmap, so forget all that.
Be one with the madness. Ooh. Yeah, I might. We'll see.
About the menace. So actually, just forget that entire variable because it destroys. No, no, we don't need that. I'm being stupid.
Oh, we don't. Okay.
Yeah. Because I was thinking if anything changes that requires changing the draw, we need to know that so we can change the draw. But that affects drawing to the screen, not to the bitmap. Only things that draw to the bitmap need to be checked. Okay, because basically we don't want to have to clear the bitmap and draw to it unless we have to clear the bitmap for some reason, because that extra draw is an extra slow. So basically we're gonna end up with a bunch of while loops in this while loop that go to various conditions. And it's only going to need to do that whole thing whenever it needs to redraw.
Okay.
So if the stat is active, it'll need to do that every second to redraw the seconds number. Anyway, so now back down to the bottom.
Below the 4. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so now
I
we're
kind of
going to
like.
want to do,
I kind of like having the wait frame be the last thing because it's so bold. You know, you're at the end of it.
except it's not going to be the last thing.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying for now, it's kind of nice.
Yeah, we will have things after the wait frame for this optimization.
Now, question: Does it
Though
matter
those things
where?
will have wait frames.
Does it matter where the wait frame goes in these while loops?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
The reason it needs to be on the bottom here, and it's not going to be the bottom, is basically we need to draw everything, then we wait a frame. After that, we may end up waiting more frames depending on other conditions. So we will have more wait frames below that wait frame that will be conditional.
I see. I see.
Um, because this is going to be just to make it less laggy and better. But right here, for now, we want to draw the bitmap to the screen.
Oh,
So
hold on a quick
status is going
second.
to be,
My next stream tomorrow, I do not know. I will put a notification on YouTube for that. Okay. Anyway, that was a quick
okay.
question.
So this is going to be status bitmap pointer blit.
Status bitmap. You said arrow.
Yep,
Okay.
I think I said pointer, but it
Oh, pointer.
interchange.
Pointer
I
and arrow is the same
interchange
thing.
those.
If you say
It's
pointer, I know what you mean. So
if I say dereference, same thing.
yeah, I've heard I've
Okay.
heard dereference, pointer, and
Um,
arrow.
so that's going to be 7 because that's layer for the screen.
Wait, what am I draw? Like,
Oh,
what is
sorry,
this?
blit,
Uh,
BLIT, capital B.
Blitz. Okay. All right.
And then it's a function which takes first parameter is layer, which should be 7 for the screen.
Okay, now we're drawn to the screen. I see.
Yep.
I'm just curious. Why were you like? What is blit? What actually is that?
Blit is, I don't know if it's short for something or stands for something, but you blit a bitmap. It's a drawing command. You're drawing an entire bitmap to something, or you
Oh,
blit to a bitmap when you're drawing to it. It's blitting is a thing for drawing. I'm sure Zariah could probably enlighten us
so it
further.
could be comparable
Anyway,
to fast tile, but for bitmaps.
yeah, it's a drawing function.
Gotcha. All right.
Uh,
7
the second thing is going to be rt underscore screen.
rt underscore screen. Is it a
Um,
constant?
yep,
Okay.
this is the render target for the screen, which means to the screen you're blitting. You could also put a bitmap pointer there if you want to blit to another bitmap, but in this case, we're blitting to the screen, so it needs to be the screen. So then we need the source x, source y, so 0, comma 0, comma width, comma height.
Constant width.
Yeah, the constants we declared earlier in this function, just width and
Oh,
height.
okay. Width and then oh
This,
height. Okay. Yeah, it's width.
yes.
Gotta remember that.
And now this is where things are going to be interesting.
Sweet.
Um, so okay. Um, put a hold on that for just a second, and we're gonna add a quick function. Actually, two functions below.
Okay.
Um, which are going to be int get status x and int get status y, and they are going to take a status pos typed parameter.
Get status X. Get status. Okay, get out of there. Oh my god. Okay, status X, and then we need. Uh, whoa. Okay, good to know that that's what happens when you press that key when that
Yeah,
happens.
you did a shift down.
Yeah. Get status X. That was two spaces.
Bit block transfer.
What?
That's what blit is derived from.
Bit block transfer. Oh, interesting.
Okay. And those are both going to take a status pos type parameter, probably just named pos.
So status. Okay. Wait. That's right.
Uh,
Status plus. I'm not used to types being lowercase. Um, I don't want to call that X.
no, capital S.
Okay.
With the lowercase s is
That's the
the global
variable.
variable.
Yeah.
Yup, that's what I said. That's an interesting
Uh,
way to name it. And then just pos,
yeah, I guess that's fine.
and then same parameter for both.
Yeah. Yeah, pause. Pause. Okay. And then let me guess. This equals pause? Maybe? No, return pause.
Switch pos.
Wait, what?
Switch pos.
So make a switch statement?
Yep,
Okay.
because we're going to be figuring out what the x and y is for each different position. If it's above link, then we're going to have a formula that figures out where to draw it above link. If it's upper right, it's going to be a constant x and y that are in the upper right.
Okay.
Oh, but these need to know the width and height of the block. Shit. Um, these need to take three parameters: status pos, int width, and int height.
That's not how you spell height. Oh my
Because
god.
these need to know the width and the height in order to do this, and we're going to need to call this in multiple places, which is why this needs to be a function. Ugh. That's a bit dirtier than I was hoping to make this, but okay. So now, so case sp above head.
Okay. Oh wait. Okay.
And that is going to remember your columns. And then we're going to need to return. Okay.
Return.
And this is going to need to be. This is going to be a lovely formula. So it's going to start. Parentheses are always good. Hero x plus 8 minus
Wait.
width over 2.
Hero. Hero X plus 8.
Yeah, minus width over 2.
8 minus.
No, hero dereference x
That's what I was. I wasn't sure. Hero. Okay. Well, okay. Hero X minus 8
plus 8.
plus 8. Minus 8 plus 8?
No, plus 8 minus width over 2.
Okay, I was gonna say plus 8 minus.
And I've also just realized the x doesn't need the height and the y doesn't need the width.
Wait, wait, what?
Get status x doesn't need to take in height. Get a status y doesn't need to take in width. The x only needs the width and the y only needs the height. Also, width all
Yeah.
caps here because it's a parameter from the function.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then yeah, you said this doesn't need this. Okay, that makes sense. So I would just add more cases if there's different
And we
locations.
have top. Um, don't forget semicolon to.
Right.
You have mismatched parentheses. You probably don't need the open parenthesis on the far left after the return. Because the width over 2 in parentheses is the only thing that order of operations affects at all.
All right.
Doesn't it would even be proper without parentheses, but parentheses are good.
So I'm assuming same
So
thing on the for the Y.
we're going to add another case here for SP top right.
That's right. Case SP.
So basically, what that's saying is take the player's x position plus 8, which is the center of the player, minus half of the box. So from the center of the player, go left half, which is centering it above the center of the player. So actually, this isn't going to need hero x. This is the top right of the screen.
Oh, that's right. So this would just
So
be
this would be 256
yeah.
minus width.
That's right. Okay. All right, and then I could essentially copy all this for the
Well, the
Y.
y is going to be a little
Why is
offline.
it still sitting at 0? Yeah, the stream actually. Wait, did it? Oh no, OBS restarted it. I'm back to streaming again. It's weird because
Oh,
my
there you
network
go.
didn't even go out. Usually my internet goes out.
Hey, we're back. Okay, that was yay
Annoying.
internet issues. Okay,
Hey, when I'm back
so
at school in like 8 days, I'll be back to my gigabit internet speed. So
oh nice.
yeah, it'll be really
Okay,
nice.
so the y here for top right is going to be 0. Just return 0
The, wait.
for top right.
Yes, yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah,
Um, and the that is going to be hero
minus
y
minus 8.
minus height. Just minus height.
Oh, minus height. Okay.
No weight, no dividing, nothing, just minus height. So it will be that much above you. Now the question is, do you want a bit of space between the top of your head and the statuses?
Obviously, yes.
So minus height minus that amount of pixels.
Minus, jeez. Let's say 4.
I was gonna say 2 or 4, probably.
Okay.
It's easily adjustable. So okay, so that will be the x and y of where it's drawn based on the pos. Okay, back to the main function.
Okay. So now we
So
essentially call
it's
those
0, 0 width height. Then it's going to be get status x.
get status Y. Okay. Then what?
Those are functions, so you got to call them.
Oh, yes, they are. And
Get
let's
status X will take status pos, the global variable, comma, width, the all caps constant.
status. Oh,
Oh, the global variable,
yes. Status plus comma.
width, all caps.
Okay. Can you guys hear when I hit the caps lock key?
I can't. I don't know about that.
So get status Y would also be
So
status
status pos,
pos.
so status wise, status pos, and height. There's a beep when you hit caps lock, apparently.
There is. You guys
If it's
can't
an
hear it.
annoying beeping, if there's an annoying beeping noise, then yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
if that's why it beeps.
I would have to go into my deep settings to turn that off, and I don't feel like it.
Oh,
So,
caps lock beeps annoy the hell out of me. I'm glad I'm not hearing it. Discord
well,
doesn't pick it up.
I'm
Okay,
I like them because
okay,
then I know
so
I hit it.
width height. So width comma height again. Because it's the same width and height. If the width and height you put on the left and the ones on the right aren't, then you're stretching the image. So they're gonna be equal.
Okay.
DM. Oh yeah, I know the stream died right.
Okay. So, are there any more parameters then after the status
Um,
X and Y?
yeah, width height.
Oh, constants
Yep,
with height.
and then we still got a few more. It's gonna need 2 lines.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to
That would
keep it.
probably be the place to break it after height because this next set is less or you can break it there.
Well, I'm keeping it
Okay.
somewhat consistent to where I broke it before.
Okay. So this is going to be 0, 0, 0. For the record, it's a rotation angle and two center x, a center x and center y for rotation. We're not rotating, so that's why they're all 0.
Have a
Uh, okay.
spinning message.
Mode. Okay. So for now, the next one we're going to do it's a constant, so all caps bit dx underscore normal.
Bit dx underscore normal. Okay.
Um, if you change that to bit dx underscore trans, it will draw transparently. That's your opacity, effectively.
Okay, I see.
Comma 0, comma true.
Comma 0, comma true.
That 0 is into lit, which is a lighting thing. I don't fully understand it. And the true is very important in this case. It is bool mask. If that is false, then color 0 will be blitted as its actual color, not as transparent.
Oh, okay.
You want it transparent for this because we want a transparent background, so that's important to be true. And that should draw the status to the screen.
Sweet.
So now for optimization.
Well,
Okay,
should I first compile it and actually test it?
sure, let's test it. If there's lag to notice, don't worry because we haven't done the optimization yet. But
How?
okay.
Question is, how many
Oh, actually,
compilers?
wait, hold up, because we nothing sets the status yet.
Wait.
So you're not going to get a status because the anger script doesn't set the status
Oh
variables.
yeah. We never
So
finished
back to
that.
that. Oh, yeah, let's go back to that script now. Now that we're ready. Um,
I don't even. I think we were in this for loop here.
um,
It
yeah,
looks
which is
the only thing that's incomplete looking.
so statuses at attack boost.
Statuses at and then at the constant
Yep,
attack boost
and then equals Q.
equals Q. Okay.
And then after that loop, because the fun problem is that loop's not going to run when Q is 0. So after the loop, statuses at attack boost equals 0, just to make sure it's dead.
Attack. Wait, statuses at attack boost equals 0.
Yep. Or actually, there's probably a better way to do this. Hold up. There's probably a more automated way to do this. Hold up. So actually, forget that. Above the for loop, do statuses at attack boost equals duration seconds times 60. Tabbing. Okay, and then after that, put while statuses at attack boost wait frame.
While status is at attack boost. Yep.
And then you can remove that for loop.
Jeez, my mouse likes to just stop moving sometimes. That's always cool. Okay.
And now we need to go down to update statuses.
Wait, what is this? Why is this object open? Update statuses. Okay.
And you're going to do statuses at attack. If statuses at attack boost, minus minus statuses at attack boost.
If statuses at attack. If status at attack boosts.
Then if status at attack boost, minus minus status at attack boost. And then same for defense boost. This is not going to be the same for every status. If you have things like stun, which are internally clocked, those are going to be different, and that's the only reason we don't do this with a for loop.
You said if status is at attack boost minus minus?
If status is at attack boost, then minus minus statuses at attack
Oh,
boost.
jeez. Okay. Ugh. Minus minus status. I see what's going on.
If it's not 0, lower it by 1. You're counting it down.
Okay, minus minus statuses. Gotcha.
That's an array.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You don't minus minus an array. You minus minus an array at a position
Yep. Yep.
at,
Yep.
at attack boost.
Yeah.
And then do the same thing for defense boost. Even though nothing's giving defense boost yet, it won't affect anything being there, and it should be there just to be complete.
Yeah. Indentation can be very annoying sometimes. Trying to just put my cursor there.
Okay, so your problem there is that you copied the tabbing to the left of the.
I know the issue, but I'm just too lazy to worry about it.
That's why I normally don't. I copy literally one character more than you do. I copy the new line too, and then I just paste it at the end of the line, which does the enter for me and keeps the spacing consistent.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Like, yeah, so I would copy from the semicolon in defense boost there to the right of the semicolon in defense boost to the right of the semicolon in attack boost, and then pasting that would create another line that's identical without issue. Anyway, now good to compile and test and stuff, and make sure to save.
That is true indeed. Okay, cool. Wow, that's loud. Okay. So
No compilers. Oh my god, what?
so now a
Okay.
hero global or active. Oh, that'd be hero active. Okay, we already have that in there. So perfect.
Okay. Check the global slots. Make sure those are all in properly.
Global on save on quit. Okay, it looks all good.
Okay. Hit. Okay.
Stop that. Okay.
I am.
What?
There were no compilers. What?
Now I should actually go into init and give myself that Ganon's Rage.
Yup. So that you can use it.
Okay.
How did that work? How were there no compilers?
Question: where is Ganon's Rage?
Oh.
What was Ganon's Rage's type? Rage type?
Um.
Item
Item.
data.
Drop.
So that would just be an item.
It's still listed as item in the assigned slots.
Okay. Yeah.
That should
Yeah.
probably.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Ah.
So it's
Jeez.
probably an item, which means you need to make sure you have it set in the item editor, and in init you need to know what item class it is in the item editor.
Yeah, it's script 2. Okay.
It's no, it should not be script 2.
Oh.
That is not a good type for it.
Okay.
Yeah, because what that's going to do is it's going to create a weapon in front of it when you use it of type a weapon script 2. It should be custom item class. So like custom item class 01, custom item class 02, one of
Okay.
those.
I see.
Yeah, it should not be script 2. And
Okay.
make sure that your subscreen reflects this so that you can actually select it and use it.
Yeah. Okay, and this is custom item one. Oh, I don't know why that was that. Custom item class one.
Oh, you have it overrided.
What does that item override actually do?
If you asked me, it just sets the item that it displays. If you ask Zaraya, something, 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 something,
Hmm.
I don't remember. So if
Also,
you set it,
oh
so if
what?
you set it custom item class 1, it will show the highest item class 1 item that you own. If you set it to override, it will only show that item.
Okay. I actually had a question about this. So you may notice I have four Triforce frames.
Yep.
The reason for that is because there will be four Triforce. Now, the thing is, you will be gaining fragments of each of the Triforces in different order. Like you might get one of power, and then you might get another one of power. You might get one of wisdom. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
How can I assign each of these to their own? Um, like when I get,
Well,
like, let's say this is power, wisdom, and
so
courage. Like,
click on the pieces, the Triforce pieces.
oh, oh wait, you have to place each individual piece here.
Yes. Oh, you don't
Oh,
have that done.
that
Yep.
makes it way
No.
easier.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, those don't fill up on their own. They have pieces as an object type in them. And the
okay,
pieces are associated with a dungeon level.
right. So it would be a new like item, and it would be. Is there like a Triforce? There's a
I'm
Triforce
pretty
piece.
sure.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Oh well, okay. I don't need to worry about that then.
Yeah. So you
Perfect.
set that, and you set its piece number is the level number you find it in.
Oh, okay. So if I
So
got it in level
that's associated with
four,
the level number.
level
It
four,
will
that'd
be
be piece four.
piece number 4.
Gotcha.
Yep. If,
That's
if,
actually
if you
really
open up
easy.
Z1 and you grab dungeons in the wrong order, it fills the same piece for each dungeon, no matter what order you do them in.
Huh. Okay. Well, now
Okay,
time
time.
for time for the
Do you have it
scariest
in
part.
init data? Did you give it in init data?
No, I did not. Oops.
I got that one. Custom item class 1.
In init data, it'd be a custom item class one. Uh, mm, oh, wow, it just kind of hides in there. Well, it's alphabetical, so that's my own fault. But time for the scariest part of this whole process, seeing if it works. And then if it doesn't work, then what the heck is wrong with it?
Oh,
All right,
oh,
let's see.
please, God, just work. Please, just work.
Oh, I
Just
was messing with stuff. Whoa, this is an infinite
go.
loop. Oops.
Oh no.
Let me just
That's immediately.
let me just kill this infinite loop.
F9, 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 F9. In ZC, F9.
Oh, very good to know.
You don't need the task skills.
Hey,
F9.
that's how I've always done it. What does F9 do? That just kills it?
Reset system.
Okay.
You've used F9 numerous times already.
Well, all right. Yeah, something's wrong with this. I think I might know what's wrong with it. Message then warp. One. Wait, why doesn't this work actually?
What's the script?
So that one in there is that's the string number.
Wait, what's the script again?
Oh yeah, let me pull up the script. It's a freeform combo. So let's get to my freeform combos, and then we have uh. Oh, there's three. Oh, I guess I was in the middle of this and just didn't finish it. Message didn't work. So message number one DMAP. So that'd be 0, 0. Oh no, that is right then. Huh.
Okay, you're getting invalid doesn't. Um, shit.
I never even changed this. I don't really understand why.
Like, shit. Invalid doesn't commands. Shouldn't get invalid doesn't commands from anything that you can possibly do unless you edit a Zasm script.
Wait, what?
You shouldn't be able to get that error unless that was not a clean save file.
Should I make a new save file?
Yes, just I'm pretty sure that was clean, unless you've done something since I was on. But oh god,
Could I just
I
load up
don't
one of the
want
ones
to
I made
see
before, or should I delete all these?
Just to be safe, delete them all. Just delete them all and remake, just for absolute safety, because
Shoot. B.
oh god, I'm sitting here going, oh god, please no, don't BZC issue.
So that error I got was not an error I should have gotten?
Invalid thousand command errors should not pop up. That should not. That should not. Nope.
Hmm. Interesting. I don't remember seeing that one. That's interesting.
Oh, FSC script. Is it set to run on screen in it?
That the quest rule.
The FFC.
Let's see. Um, is that in its flags?
Yes.
Okay. Should it be to run?
Not. No, it should not.
Okay, so it
Uh,
wasn't. So the weird thing is that this worked before, and actually, now that I think about it, I never actually touched this freeform combo from all my from like the last 2 or 3 weeks.
go back to that script and look at the script itself.
Okay.
Thinking about this, it may be Warp EX, so it may be Thria.
Well, no, this has worked. I don't understand why it's not. Also, this looks odd.
Have you updated your EXE at all at any point in time?
Uh, the exe. I
The Z
mean,
Quest and Zelda, that EXE. Have you, since you last tested this, updated them?
no, no, I have not. The last time I updated
Uh,
this was when you sent me that other version.
I
Exe does not mean it won't run. Exe is a file type. It's an execution file. Every program has an exe to actually execute. Or every program has a file that's an exe.
yeah, I have no clue what you're talking about, Manuel. Like exe is the basic can't talk. It's a basic application file. Like Notepad is notepad.exe. Discord is discord.exe.
Yeah, like
Like,
every single application, like
sorry,
this next
if
S9
you're watching
runs.
this on Chrome right now, you're running Chrome.exe.
Yeah, see right here, snesx.exe. Every program has that.
Yeah.
Even your File
Like,
Explorer has FileExplorer.exe.
yeah, if you open a folder in Windows, you're running an exe.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, you're running an exe even if you're not doing that because your desktop. So
Well,
yeah.
so what's going on then?
So
That is weird.
that hold up. Does that say what I think it says in that error log? FFC script boss music has exited.
What? I don't. I've never even.
That
I've.
seems fun.
I've never even. I don't think I've ever even placed
I
that
think that's probably a ZC issue. Um,
boss music. I never even used that script yet.
what the fuck is going
Is
on
there a way I could check all uses of a freeform combo in
here? I
the
don't
game?
know.
Because I know you can
I
do
don't
that
know.
with regular combos, but I don't know if you
Yeah,
can.
I don't know.
Well, it's irrelevant. I know I've never used it. And if I did use it, I can tell you exactly where it would be. It would
Um,
be here. Nope, it's not here. So I do not know
it
where
would.
there'd be a boss music.exe. Or,
I'm pretty sure it's just. I'm pretty sure it's probably just a bug in the code there that's not getting the name properly. Which question? If you go into assign slots for FFCs,
okay.
uh, well, when he's launching, he's getting a bunch of Zasm invalid Zasm errors. Though when he F9s to exit it, it's logging the script exited message, but it's saying the wrong script name.
Yeah, it
Does
said
boss music
boss
happen to be
music.
right next? Yep. Or no? Or no? Wait, where's my, no? It's not even close. It's 1 versus 6. It's logging the entirely wrong name.
Huh.
It's logging the name for FFC script 1 instead of FFC script 6.
And let me just verify. Oh my god, that's loud. Let me see. This is the correct
You
script.
can turn that. You can turn that off, by the way.
How do
Like,
you turn that off? Because it's
well,
actually really annoying.
configs. A lot of people love it.
I don't.
Yeah, mainly people love it because
Oh,
they
jeez.
have this little
Great.
problem called it taking several minutes to compile. So they hit compile, walk away, and it or tab out, and
What
it
am I
tells
doing?
them when.
ZC, and then I'm looking for ZQuest
What
config.
do you mean? What is slot one for link? It's log. No, the slot hero slot one is empty. It's logging FFC script slot one instead of FFC script slot six. Sorry, it said here. It said FFC script boss music has exited, which is a FFC script in slot one. But the script was message then warp, which is slot six.
What is the sound effect? Where is that in?
Um, it's
Is it the
um,
ZQuest music buff?
it would be. It's probably in compiler.
Oh, it would be in
Scroll
compiler. Finish
compile
sample.
success tune success sample compile audio volume for one, which is at 200. And you can set any of those samples to zero to make it not play.
Okay, of course I need to
If you want to make
close.
a note on that, Sarah, because I'm going to try to figure out what the hell's wrong with this. Um, so what I want you to do now is I want you to compile your script. Uh,
Let's do 25. I'm fine. I guess just jack drop the volume. It's fine. Okay, so what now?
so I want you to recompile your script,
Okay. Ugh, this thing.
but don't click OK.
Okay. Just sit at this compile progress page.
Um, so you can press a key here, but don't hit OK on the assign.
I see.
Now go to Notepad++, open Allegro.log in Notepad++.
Allegro.log. Let's order by name so that I find it. Alright, Allegro.log. Yeah, let's open that Notepad++. It looks a lot nicer there. What am I looking for?
Allegro, just open Allegro.log and press Control A and then backspace.
Oh, you just want me to clear it.
Yes, and then
Okay.
hit Control S to save.
Okay.
Because you're about to log something large, so it's easiest if you just clear it first.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Notepad wouldn't be able to do this, by the way. It has to be Notepad++, because otherwise Notepad
Honest,
would give a
you
file as in use.
you wouldn't have even needed to tell me to open it in Notepad++ because I like it way more than Notepad.
There we go. So back to ZQ and check the little box on the screen that says
Output
to output
Zasm code.
SASM to Allegro.log. Yep.
Okay.
And then click OK.
Much quieter. I like that.
And then go back to Allegro.log.
Bam. Yes. Oh, boss music. Okay. What am I looking for, by the way?
Okay. I
What is all
you,
this?
this is SASM. This is the assembly language. This is your script.
Oh man, I'm just having flashbacks to Nasm. Oh god.
So I
Okay.
would like to see Control F for. I don't think you have it, but just because Control F for init with capital I.
There it is.
You have in it.
Yep.
I didn't realize you have in it. Wait, no, but it's not. Duh, you don't have a manual in it, but it's still gonna be here because it's the auto generated it, right? So that is doesn't
See,
seem.
see, this is why I'm glad we did this on stream because then issues like this you guys can see, and I don't need to describe them with screenshots or whatever.
So it sets it's that this is declaring global variables. The allocate gmemv is allocating global arrays.
Allocate global arrays. Okay.
We're debugging heavily right now. This is Asm. Uh,
And I am familiar with assembly language, and I will tell those of you that don't know what assembly language is. It's not really that fun, but it is really cool if you know how it works.
I
Because
don't see anything immediately off and in it. So
yeah,
let's check the in question, which is message then warp.
message then warp. Okay. What are we looking for that could be an issue?
What are we looking for? You think I'm looking for something specific, and that's just looking to see if something seems off.
Well, like that. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are we looking for that could be not good?
I have no clue.
Oh, great. How long is this? Oh,
Um,
that's kind of long.
I don't, should be
So
here.
okay, so it's pushing the variables.
Push D0,
It's
D1,
defining them of their
D2.
values. It's pushing three, two. It's pushing three. Okay, it's pushing three because you're
So
defining
push
D
is
three.
pushing that register's value to the stack. So it pushes 0, 1, and 2 to the stack, which is the D0, D1, and D2 value of the script.
I assume you're
It
telling
sets
the people on
D2 to
stream, right?
0, and I'm walking through it myself.
Okay, because I
Um,
was gonna say
so
I could walk through it too because I do know
it
what's going
sets
on.
D2 to 0, and then
Set
sets
registers.
D3 to the refffc,
Yep, and then
this
it
pointer
pushes
being
them.
the script.
It pushes
So
them,
the
and then
refffc there, that's it making the this pointer.
I
It
assume
pushes
set
for this pointer.
registers register.
It's pushing D2, which is 0, which is initializing a variable.
Yes.
It's setting D4 to SP, D2 to GD9, which is global memory, comparing D2 to 0, so GD9, comparing GD9 and 0, and go
GD9.
to true. So let's open the. Oh wait, no, GD9. So that's global variable, which is the global variable first run because I just saw the script. It's comparing that to 0 for if first run, and it's doing go to true. So that's the if statement.
Yeah.
Um, Okay. To make this readable, because GoTo uses line numbers, but that's obviously line 96 is obviously not helpful to us here. What you actually want to do here is just backspace everything above this script, including the line that says message then warp.
So wait, what you
You
want me
want to
to
make that push RD0 line the first line in the entire file.
push RD0?
So erase everything before that line.
Where's push RD0?
The top, it says message then warp, and the line below it is push RD0.
Oh, well, it's push HRD0. Okay.
It, it's push R.
All right. Oh
So
shoot.
yeah, get rid of that and everything above it because that will make the go-tos line up.
Is there a faster way to do this?
Actually, you should be able to like I think like Control Shift Home or
Control
something.
Shift Home. Uh,
Yeah,
Control Shift Home. What did that do? Did that do just that?
yeah. So Control Shift Home will highlight everything to the top because Home moves your cursor to the left. I think it's either I think Control Home moves your cursor to the top of the file, and because you're holding Shift, it highlighted on its way. Okay,
Interesting.
so now we have a go to true 96. What's line 96?
Line 96 is set value D20.
That's it. Okay, so set value D20, set value D30, pop D3
Five. What? Wait, why does it pop
five
it five
times.
times? That's not
Popping is
right.
pop. It's putting a value in D3 five times in a row. So it's
Well,
probably just deallocating. It's
yeah,
probably just removing values from the stack.
but
It's using D3 as a random place to put it.
can't that be an issue if there's nothing to pop?
Yes, but then you would be getting an invalid stack pointer
Right.
underflow error.
Right. Well,
You're not.
that would have happened on
So
compile. So
okay, no, that would happen on run.
oh, so that is probably the issue then, right?
No, because you didn't get that error message.
Oh. Oh, that okay. That is true.
Um,
What
so
was
let's
my error
pull up the
message?
pull up the script again for a moment because I want to see what the hell this is actually doing.
Message then
Um,
warp. I think
no,
you
the
actually gave me.
script. The script. Okay. Okay. So
Yeah, the message
if
then warp
first run.
script.
Okay. So then first run false message.
I
Wait,
think you
time.
actually helped me with this one.
Yeah, I wrote this for you. Um, so it's doing if go to true. Oh, oh no, no, no. I see. right. It compared it to 0 and then go to true. That confused me. Thought, yeah, no. Compared to 0 and go to true, and it's popping stuff. So if first run is false, it goes to the end of the script, and those pops are it deallocating all the variables.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it's deallocating everything from the stack.
Right.
So it's ending the script, and then it hits quit. Quit is the end command for the script. So that's all proper. So now go back up to where the go to true was.
Uh, go back to
Go
what?
to true 96.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, and then it
Stream
quits.
delay, stream delay. Oh, I can pop me that. So yeah, up higher, you had to go to true 96 near the top of the script.
Yeah. Go to true. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Okay. So if the variable is false, it goes to 96 and ends the script.
Right.
Else, meaning if the variable is true, if the if condition is true, then set v, set r, push v, set v, push r, set r, add v. So set v, clearing Bert to set r, so it's setting GD9 to 0. Back, we're gonna have actually. Can you right click Allegro.log, move to other view?
Move to other view.
Because that'll give us
Oh,
split
that's
view.
how you do it. I was trying to figure out how to do that. Okay. Huh.
Okay, now this you can probably move that a bit. You can use the divider in the middle to resize it because obviously the assembly isn't that wide, so it can take up
Yeah.
less space, and then we can see all of the script.
True.
Okay, so set v d2 0, set r gd9 d2. So that's setting the first run variable to false. The set v
Uh.
d2 0 is loading false, and then the set r is setting it to false. Push r d4. Push v here is a line number. So 23 is a line number. Keep that in mind. And then set v d2 0.0001.
Oh, the reason I wasn't paying attention to chat, guys, is because I also want to read through this. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Friday night coding night
Um,
is talk night. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
so set v d2 001. What's that doing? That is it's preparing. So push our d2. Set our d64. Add v d64. Load I d2 d6 is a very. Those three lines are a variable load. So it's pushing 23 in true 23, so it's in decimal and z-script numbers, to the stack, which is the
Right.
return point. That's where the function will return to after it calls a function.
Right.
Then set vd2 to 1. I don't. Oh, I'm used to that being 0 because we just changed it. That's the screen pointer. It's putting the screen pointer on the variable and pushing it. Because technically, internally, it's a function called message where the first parameter is screen and the second parameter is a message, is how it's handled internally.
Oh,
So
okay.
so the one there is the screen pointer. I'm used to that being a 0 because I haven't looked at this since we changed that. Then the D64, D64, D2, D6 is the loading a local variable from memory, which is the message variable. Then it's pushing it to the stack and going to 110. You'll notice that the 23 line number is then right after that go to. That's where the function returns. 110 should be the screen message function. Maybe you want to scroll down to that just to
Yeah,
check it.
110. It's interesting that Zasm uses go-to, and just fun fact, NASM, you do JMP, and then you would jump to whatever function. But anyway, 110. It pops
So pop
D3, pops
D3, pop
D5.
D5, message stir R D3. D5 then is it popping the screen pointer, which isn't used. That should be pop null, but that's an internal issue and it doesn't matter. Wouldn't cause an error. Pop D3 is popping the message, and then message stir D3 is it calling the message display Zasm with the message to make the message display, and then return will bring us back to line 23 because that's the current return value.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So then we pop D4 and push D4. So we are taking something off of the stack and putting it right back on the stack.
Very efficient.
It's because it's another function call. It's ending a function call and then it's
Yep.
returning another function call.
Yep.
Um, so that pushes 27, which is the next line number, and it goes to 104. 104 is here's where I'm feeling there might be an issue. It's on 104.
104 wait frame. Then
So
really
104. Oh,
that
oh wait, no, never mind. That's a wait frame.
yeah.
Oh right, the wait frame's before the warp EX, so never mind. Return. So that returns. So never mind. I thought that was warp EX. So never mind. So pop, then it allocates memv, set r add v, store I. That is setting a create. So the store I, that means it's creating a local variable which is allocated D29. In the script, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is a 9-sized array, which is the array literal being allocated as a local variable. And it's being put into D2, so that it is then, or D0, in D0 from D2, so it is then pushed. So it pushes that to the stack. Then it is setting D2 to 5. And then popping y, and it sets d1 to 0, sets script ram d2.
Yeah, why is it
Um,
pushing it and then popping it without doing anything with
because of how the parser works, hand assembly is always better than compiled assembly. Because in hand assembly, you know that's not needed. In compiled assembly,
it?
it's a
Yeah.
recursive tree, so it doesn't know if it's needed or not.
Oh, I see. I see.
Because it's like these are all modules that are all linked together.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So
I
at the
gotcha.
edges, it's not as efficient.
Yeah.
So set v d1 to 0, script round push d0. That's loading a local variable. That's popping d0. Where is the function call? Oh
It
no
does.
no, my brain is gone. This is populating the array. Duh. So it creates the array, then it's populating the array. Warp type warp blackout is probably valued at 5. So that'd be d2 5. And that's being set to the thing. Then zeros load. It's loading the dmap variable, popping, setting script ram, pushing set r the load I, loading the screen variable, setting -1 and pushing it. Scroll down a bit
Yeah.
because reach the set the d2 -1 should be at the top. Okay, so then that does that. Then it puts 0, which is warp A. Then it puts 4, which is warp effect open wipe, I presume. Then 0, which is the literal 0. Then 96, which is probably the binary representation of warp flag set continue screen, bit ordered with warp flag set continue map. And then it pushes so this is 96, and then 1, which is dirt down. Then it push V's line 91 as a line number. V to the hero pointer. Okay, that's the bottom. Scroll down more.
Okay. I think we're just about at the bottom here.
So the hero pointer. Push the hero pointer. Load the local variable storing the array, and push it, and go to 106, which is on screen. So it pops the array, it pops the hero pointer, and it warp EXs the array, and it returns to 91, where it pops, sets a local, or loads a local variable to deallocate because it reached the end of scope, so it deallocates the array literal.
Right.
Then that's our 96 we got to, which is deallocating the entire script.
There's nothing wrong with
Zazim is
that.
solid.
Huh.
Okay, good. All of that to realize that the Zazim is perfectly fucking fine. Okay, but warp, link warp EXR.
Uh,
I can do something with that on my end, which is look at what the fuck Zariah's broken in warp EX.
oh wow, that was actually kind of a rush reading back through some
Zazim is
assembly.
really awful. try to debug. Okay, let me just
Well, I mean, like it reminded me of back when I was in my because I learned
mm,
NASM in my computer architecture and operating systems class, and oh, did we have the segmentation faults? Oh boy, that was a fun time.
okay, so what did Zariah fuck up?
Well,
Because it
well,
has to be something he fucked up. I'm almost certain.
it
What did
has.
he do recently to
Yeah,
do with? What did he do recently that has to do with RPX?
yeah, it's weird because this I hadn't even touched this, and it just doesn't work
I mean,
now.
it's got to be Warp EX. I'm almost certain it has to be Warp EX. I
Well, I
don't
mean,
see how it could be,
everything
but
else
at
is very similar. Like
the same
it
time,
can't be with the message. It can't be with defining first run. It can't be the wait frame. So yeah, it has to be the warp EX.
okay, pull up the console again.
Boom. Invalid ZASM command 32 7.
Scroll all the way up.
Well, that's gonna take a while if I do it that way. 2.55. Uh,
No errors before the invalid ASM command. It's just invalid ASM command, and that's max
freeforms.
signed short. That's max signed 32 or the max signed 16-bit.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, why is it getting that? Where is it getting that? How is it getting that? Where, why, what, when, how?
And why is it saying it so many times? Or I guess it was gonna keep saying it until I stopped it. So. Oh wait. There's something in here.
What?
There is
Uh,
something hidden in
uh,
here.
uh.
Stack over or underflow. Stack pointer at 0.
Yeah, there was a stack over underflow, but it's after a bunch of invalid ASM commands, so I don't think it matters.
Oh, it happens a few times.
Yeah, because of invalid ASM commands breaking things.
Interesting.
But a lot of the time in this, if you get an error like a stack, if you get a stack error, chances are you're going to get a bunch of invalid ASM errors.
I see.
If you get an invalid ASM error, chances are you're going to get a bunch of other errors.
Oh, Zariah's back in chat. Uh,
Oh, please, Raya. Something's wrong with Warp EX, I'm almost certain.
open the quest in ZQuest.
The,
Show me the header
open the
and
questions. Okay, yeah. So clear allegro.logout, and then open the quest.
uh,
Just
should
control
I
F
should I
backspace save.
close reopen?
Just uh, just file open the quest, and it should give it everything it needs. Did you save clear in the allegro.log?
Uh, save and then clear in the Allegro.
You clear the allegro, save the allegro after it's cleared,
Oh
so
well,
that
yeah,
and then file open.
I'll do that. I forgot to do the save. Okay, file open. Okay, we're gonna get that nice Windows sound again, or I guess not. Okay, what are we looking for in here now?
He wants the header, which is on screen. So last saved in version. My God, I can't read it anymore because my damn
Two point five
resolution is
five
down.
zero zero alpha 49.
Created with ZC module. Developer sign off by Venrav ID 2 compatible with MSVC ID 1 compiler version
You
1500
spelled developer
product
wrong.
ID eternal date and time which was the 16th.
Two
So this
days
was 2 days
ago.
ago when I built.
Oh, so you spelled developer wrong.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's
Ha!
developer.
Nice. Not me by the way. That was um. Yeah, that's a nice automatically generated metadata that we have that gets put in Quest. So it's my build. You
So
didn't change WarpEX anytime recently. Okay, I'm gonna just view a fresh new build right now, pulling from the main branch.
all right.
That is not the right folder to open Git from. It's this one. It's not ZC255. It's ZQ Classic 255. One of those is my CC folder. One of those is my source folder. Make some more names. Okay, let's pull branch 2.55. I do have changes, though mostly to std and 3 changes in zquest.cpp. All build.vcproj, token MSVC. Build clean solution, build solution. Building from clean, so that's going to take an indeterminate amount of time, likely greater than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Even though I'd normally say easily 15, but I'm on a laptop with SSD, so should be slightly faster than that. Yeah, it's giving invalid ZASM command errors with max signed 16-bit.
Yeah. I didn't even catch that before.
But yeah, it's max signed 16-bit. I don't feel like it should be getting that from anywhere. We have nowhere near that many ZASM commands. Nothing should cause that to happen.
It's a very short script, so it's not really doing
So,
much.
like, unless you somewhere made something signed in FFscript that shouldn't be signed, as soon as that script runs, which is the first FFC script, and since there's no init script, and that's a fresh save, and you don't have an on launch script, you just have on save load. So that is
Yes.
the first script that runs um, other than the automatic init script. It is the first script. That shouldn't be command. Why is that command max? Isn't that unsigned? Send the quest to Zari on Discord.
All right. Uh,
But shouldn't command max be unsigned? Like, no, but shouldn't it be unsigned 16-bit max? Why would it be the signed max? Because commands are unsigned. It's word. It's type word, which is unsigned short. Unsigned I-16. That huh. What would be causing it to go to command max though? Well, if something binds, does anything bound to command max? Because that would be a problem because the quit command is max unsigned 65535. So that would bound the quit command to that, which is invalid. But no, because when you F9, it prints the exit, which is caused by the quit command. I have no clue. I have absolutely no clue. This is confusing.
Ever since my stream crashed, OBS has been doing very well. Oddly enough, only 117 frames dropped in the last 2 hours
You're
40 minutes.
roboting a little in Discord though.
I don't know why. I'm not doing anything different.
It could be my end
Yeah,
receiving poorly.
you've also had that
I
issue.
I'm in Japan, so
Yeah,
bit far away.
a lot of chance for some loss over the network.
Yeah, Zariah, in what situation is S command being bounded? Is S command being bounded to max command?
Should we bring Zerai into this Discord call so that he doesn't have to
He
have to
doesn't. He
type?
doesn't. He doesn't chat. He doesn't. He doesn't voice chat.
Oh, all right. I was gonna say because it would be easier on him to not have to type.
No, he types often. Um, but yeah, no, like I feel like S command must be getting bounded, but it really, really should not be. That's a definite error if it is.
No.
Okay, where's let me find my source. source ff script.cpp max command.
You guys probably don't need this debugger console up anymore, do you?
It's just invalids as in command max command
Yeah.
repeatedly.
Plus, you could always rewind the stream, I guess. So.
Yeah, I was doing it all the time. So
Whoa.
what is in here that could have anything to do with this?
Kane, I don't care if there's language in YouTube chat. I really don't care. Depends on the context, and this is context where I think it's deserved. Uh, hmm.
The hell? S command is being right there as a default for this switch. It's a default for this switch. Nothing sets it before this. If debug print disassembly, if disassembly is enabled. Put out Zazen break mode. You could try the Zazen debugger. I don't know what that would give you though.
Hmm.
But that might. Huh. You're on the first screen of the quest, and is it bugging out?
Yeah, because it was
Uh,
happening instantly.
it was instantly upon opening the quest, Soraya. Instantaneously. Okay. So it could be an issue with the build, which I've just finished building a new one for you. Release, send this, and let me send those to you.
You're sending me fresh builds?
Yep.
Alright.
It was occurring recurrently upon immediately opening the quest, so maybe you updated your ZQ build at one point without updating your ZC. I don't know.
I've only ever updated when you guys gave me an update. So,
Yep.
yeah, and I've always put them directly in the folder. So, I honestly have no idea. Okay, where?
This is a perfectly fresh pair of builds pulled off the branch. Built from clean, so no lingering object file errors.
Come on, finish up. There you go.
Slow downloads from Japan.
ZC. It should ask me if I want to replace two files. Yes, I do. Probably because it's open.
Yeah, if it's
Okay, fresh builds. So load back up Zelda Classic and try to run the quest again.
yup. And if that doesn't immediately just work, then recompile it in ZQuest and then try that as the next step.
Nope.
Yay! Windows errors.
Let's see what we get. Are we gonna? Oh, that's right. It likes to do that.
You're clicked on the.
Hey! It didn't die immediately.
Okay, yeah, you got creating a bitmap map began running. Bitmap. Okay, that's just debugs. That's 4px. You're all good.
So
Okay,
let's do
it
what we
was
were
a
trying to do 30 minutes
something was
ago.
wrong with the builds. Something was randomly wrong with the build. I just gave you that damn build a couple days ago, built from fresh. So maybe something was weird and broken for some
All
reason.
right, moment of truth. Are you ready? So,
I I basically, unless it was a build issue, it was you because Warp EX was the only thing in the script of Warrant.
I don't know what I would have
So it was
done.
a build issue.
I honestly don't know what I could have done that would have messed it
Okay,
up like that.
so it could have been a random black hole formed in your hard drive for a microsecond.
Hey, she works, by the way.
Yay! So the distance. So first of all, does the text look good? Not without space between it and the
It won't let me use it twice in one screen.
That's called the cooldown that you added.
Oh, what was the? Oh, but we don't have a cooldown pop up.
No, there's no cooldown timer. That would be something to apply to the item, which that would be a whole nother thing.
What was my cooldown? Like, do you remember what we
Good
said?
question. Check and CQ.
We don't need Allegro anymore. So.
I mean, hey, Zariah, one thing I'll tell you. You one time I remember jumping on me like, oh, what the hell did you do? You broke everything! You broke everything! And it was just because you didn't build them clean. So, it
So
goes both ways.
cooldown.
Oh, I woke up to that and I was freaking like, I woke up, nice calm weekend morning, and I just have a message full from Zariah that's coming in live because he was messaging this as I was about to wake up. And it's just like freaking me out because apparently I broke everything. And it was all because just he didn't build him clean. uh, yeah, so this would be in ZQ, just your parameter.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Second parameter is seconds for cooldown. So
35. Would that be 35 seconds? Do we have that
it,
as
it
seconds?
is seconds.
35 seconds, eh? Well, for the sake of testing, let's make it 5 seconds.
Probably good.
Then at least we know that the
Um,
cooldown's working and that it's brief enough that we know that the item's working. Okay.
oh, really?
Oh wait, so if it was 35 seconds, it should work again. Yes, it did. Okay, perfect. Okay, well, let's see. So let's get back to my item. 1, 2. Well, I could just use that timer. Okay, so I can't use it again until it expires, which makes sense.
Yeah, the cooldown starts when it expires.
Oh,
So
okay, so it's 5 seconds after that ended. Ah, gotcha.
yeah,
Okay, that makes sense.
because you can't use it while the script is running. The script is running the entire time it's active, and then the script runs 4 or 5 more seconds doing nothing.
So, you know what I'm actually thinking we could do for the cooldown timer? Maybe so for the active timer it just shows the sword. Maybe I can make a tie where it shows the sword but has a little like clock in the corner or something. You know what I'm saying? And that'll
See,
indicate the cooldown timer.
I wouldn't put cooldowns as status effects on that. I would put the cooldown somehow related to the item on the subscreen.
Hmm.
Which, in that case, might be time to make yourself a lovely script that does something about that.
Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Or I could always include on item pickup, tell the player, hey, you can only use this so many seconds.
I mean, yeah, you can include a string, but if you want an active timer, I did something like that for my Thanos snap, which actually for that I did that. I think if I remember correctly, I did that a very crude way, just using a counter because I just
I
threw
was
that shit
just gonna
together.
say, couldn't I just like right below the item in the subscreen put a counter?
It wouldn't. What if you then change items? Is the problem, and it needs to know if it's A or B.
Oh, that's right.
So what you'd want a script. You would want a script
It would
because
be
the script
attached.
can read if it's on A or B and put it on that.
It so the script would probably be attached to the item, right?
Uh, I mean, yes, it could. Well, yes, because the item script will be running for that duration. That's the whole point of it. So the items actually, you can probably just do it right in the item script. So you
Yeah.
have that wait frames there for cooldown seconds times 60 at the bottom.
Yeah.
Make that 4 int I equals cooldown seconds times 60, I greater than 0 minus minus I, and then wait frame. Same as we had the loops before,
Wait.
before we did the stuff.
Wait. You said well, I is what? What was that you said?
So I equals cooldown seconds times 60. I
Oh.
is greater than 0.
Oh.
We had we've had two of these loops before of this
Yeah.
exact type in this exact same place,
Yeah.
and we keep removing them and putting them back and removing them and putting them back. Uh,
Okay. Okay. So it's well, it's that. Well.
okay. And in this for loop, all you're gonna have right now is a wait frame, and you can remove that wait frames.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Then.
Okay. So now the first problem is going to be knowing where to draw stuff. So what I want you to do for me, we're gonna go um into your global active script,
Okay. Okay.
and we're going to add a very small little thing, which will be nice. And this small little thing is going to be um oh wow, your global active is just that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So far.
Um okay, and I need to check docs scripts mouse. So it's going to be input pointer, so input arrow mouse, capital M, and this is an array. Or actually, if. So if input dereference mouse,
Oh. If input dereference
input
mouse.
is a global pointer, capital I.
Okay. Okay. And you said it's an
Um,
array?
yeah, mouse is an array, input is capital I. Oh, you. I don't know how far I am on stream lag. And you're going to if input mouse at index. There's probably constants for this. I have the direct indexes in these script editions, but it's probably in std constants. Yep, all caps, mouse underscore right.
Okay.
So if you right click, and then in this if, then you're going to just I'm just gonna type this
Is it going to be one line or more than one line?
one line.
Okay. It'd be really cool if with these streams we can attract more
Yeah,
people into doing this.
sent it to you. Just that line that I discorded. Try to make
Ah,
things
I
okay.
see.
Just a printf, which is just a fancy trace function.
Yep, yep.
So.
Okay, you want me to
So now,
compile?
if you right click on the screen, it will tell you the exact coordinates that you right clicked at. So now, open the game with that compiled, and basically, or actually, first go into ZQ because firstly, your A and B button slots
Yeah.
on the subscreen, you probably want to move them up so there's space under them.
Oh, to physically put
Yeah. And then what you're going to do is you're going to right click approximately centered under them and get coordinates for that position. Um, which is why we did that. Is just so you can quickly right click to know what a place on screen is.
Actually, this is
Just
just
a
fine
quick and
because
dirty.
I have a lot of. Shoot, wait. I want to be specific about this. One,
That's
two,
a
three, four,
lovely chunk
five.
of
One, two,
buffer
three,
I've
four,
got.
five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three.
You can shift click other things to highlight multiple things at once and move them all at once,
Oh yeah, you can do that.
which is very helpful for making sure you move everything uniformly.
That's true.
I'd move those all up 2 or 3 more pixels. So just highlight them all, and then you can. Wonderful.
Oh wait, actually, that is fine the way it
Oh,
is.
yeah, no, that's good. All right, so that looks good. And there's room under them. Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. And then now, with everything compiled and saved to the game.
Okay. Okay, so let's pull up that console and where should I click first? Should I click right
Oh,
below?
you're going to be trying to click right below because you're going to try to find the top of the text, the center of the text. That's not the right console. That's the old console. Please closed it and reopened. No, just press any key to end, so that's not the active console.
Okay, so this is close.
But you want the top of the text and the center of the text for each button, respectively.
I cannot see my mouse.
You had it open.
Yeah, what the heck?
You had 2 of them open. One of them was wrong. One of them was right, and then you closed
Oh,
the wrong one, and then you
I didn't even
closed the right one, and then you opened the
I
right one.
didn't even realize there were two open.
Yep. Okay. So you basically want to try to find the correct position for the top center of the text.
I'm clicking and it's not showing. Huh. Have an idea why it's not accepting my click?
Stream is now entirely buffering for me. Oh, there we go. Maybe turn off click to freeze.
Turn off click to freeze. What even is that
I
again?
I didn't think that would be needed for right click, but does right click freeze? Then it is. I forget if
Wait, hold on.
I always forget the right click does that.
Oh, I was being stupid. I didn't realize it was right click. Okay. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
94 -6 is what it's getting.
All right.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'll tell you right away that -6 is too low, but we can just knowing that it's going to be that close to the bottom, can eyeball. So back to the script,
Why did we get an
and
invalid pointer?
so basically, uh,
Okay. So, okay, we were just using those to know where to draw. I see.
okay.
What's wrong?
I am behind on the stream because my internet is lagging out. Okay, hey, it's good. So the whatchamacall, um item for the rage.
Uh, oh, yeah, okay. Where is that titanium? There it is, okay.
Goddamn, Mike. Okay, this stream. My internet is not good at this time of day. Apparently,
What time is it where you are?
4:07 p.m.
Okay.
I know my internet gets bad around 9, but apparently not this time either. I had to lower my res, so it's a bit blurry. Can still see it just though. So right here, we're going to want to if hero dereference item B is equal to I want to say this dereference ID.
Okay, all caps ID?
Yeah. I think that's a thing. Yes, it is.
I have a
Good.
quick question. What is this in this?
In an item data script, this is item data. So this ID is the item number of the item.
So this being current.
This is the item.
Oh, okay. All right.
The item editor data for the item.
Oh, all right. I see.
So if item B is this ID, then we're going to need to draw at that location. Actually, let's put some constants. Let's make some global constants.
Okay.
So all the way at the global script, because these might be used for multiple things.
Okay. Let's put
Um,
it below the type def.
so let's say define or config, because these are easily just changeable as needed be. So config sub underscore b underscore x for subscreen b button x for this equals and whatever number you had there for the x value. Was it 92 or something? 94?
Something like that.
Um, yeah, and then config sub by, and I'm just gonna go with
It was minus
-8.
6.
Yeah, -6 is too low. The text will be touching the bottom of the subscreen
Oh, I
because
see.
it's
I see.
so -8. And then sub ax and sub ay, and just for the y should be the same, and the x,
Just
if you want to
gotta.
look at it, try to find how far is between those two.
Well, wait. Was A where I was clicking actually? I think A might have actually been where
Oh,
94 is. It might have been.
well,
Uh.
time to check.
All right. All right. Let's just double check here. Okay. I wish I could see my mouse without it being so weird. Okay. My mouse is right below B. Right smack below B. Right click. We get 93. And then with A, we get 118.
Okay, so put in
A is
those x's
93.
or approximately those x's. Either or. It's eyeballing, so it's gonna be what it
Yeah.
be.
Alright.
You just backwards to those.
I what? I changed
You
the
put the
values.
Yeah, you put the b, you put the a value for v and b value for a.
No. A is.
A is to the right of b,
Oh, was.
so a's value for
Oh,
x should be
jeez.
higher.
Okay. Yeah. I see. I don't. I thought it was reversed for some reason.
Yay, buffering! Oh, wonderful stream. It's
Okay.
not you, it's me. It's definitely me.
Well, I know it's not me because I. Oh, well, no, I have dropped frames. And I'm currently dropping frames. So. But that typically doesn't cause buffering unless I'm sitting at 0.
um.
0 being straight.
uh, okay, so then back to the item scripts then. So if your item B equals this ID, then you're going to basically want something along the lines of
We're simply gonna draw this counter, right?
yeah.
We'd probably also want
Um,
to. We'd also. Ooh. Well, wait, it's bound to the item, so we would probably want to draw a tile, right? We could do that, correct?
well, it's going to be showing under the item,
Oh, okay.
so that's how you know which item it is.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
that's right. For some reason, I didn't think that. Like, I.
basically be that in essence.
Oh, you sent it. Okay.
Yep.
Uh.
And then
Okay. All
note
this.
that there is one variable there that you don't have, or one constant there that you don't have declared yet. You're going to need to declare that one probably globally as well.
The char 32, I assume.
No, that's not a constant. That's a type.
Well, where's the cons?
The subtext color,
Oh, subtext color. All right. Yeah. Shoot.
which would probably match the rest of the color on your subscreen's text.
Okay. Yeah. So only the drawstring needs to be in the loop, right?
Yeah, the buff and the ITOA can be outside the if.
Okay. I assume that can be used for both the A and B, maybe.
Yeah, because same either way. And then the oh and that needs to not be I. That needs to be I. That needs to be ceiling I over 60.
In the iota.
ITOA, but yes,
Or, yeah.
it's I. It's I to A.
Yeah, I2A, yeah. So it's ceiling, and then it's what?
Ceiling I over 60 because I is in frames, not seconds. So you need to convert it to seconds. So that's ceiling
Gotcha.
I
And
over
then
60.
subtext color. I gotta actually make a context for that. Or not context. I can make a constant for that. And let's set it to my C black.
It needs to be type color.
Yeah. So like my C black should work, right?
Yeah, and you don't have a type declared for the variable
I
for
do.
the constant.
I do not.
Yeah, so that needs to be color capital. All caps. It's constant. Not
Config.
config, color,
Oh, jeez, yeah.
because it's color. So what you can actually do is if you have a custom function that you want to take a color, you can make it take a color parameter and it will only take a valid color. I do that often. That way I know that I'm giving it a color that I have a constant for. That way if I ever change my palette, I just need to update the enum and it updates everything else everywhere. And then that there, they'll obviously change the A stuff to B stuff.
Yeah. Sub A, sub A, and that looks good.
And that second if can actually be an else if,
Oh, true.
because you're not going to have the same item equipped on both buttons.
Exactly. Yep. Just realized that.
Also, since it's an else to the if, you probably don't want a blank line between them.
Yeah, that is true. And then I like having spaces between ifs,
There you
whiles, and
go.
fors. Okay.
So if it's equipped to B, it will draw the timer under it. If it's equipped to A, it will draw the timer under it. Woo!
Oh, whoa, what was that?
Uh-oh. Did I miss a thing? Is it
Functions,
drawstring? Function
yeah,
drawstring?
drawstring, yep.
Fuck, what did I give you? Drawstring 7, X, Y. Oh, I didn't give you a font.
Oh,
Yeah, so sub B or A, Y, comma, subtext font, comma, subtext color. I missed the font.
so
That's what
subtext,
happens when I read it off memory. So yeah,
so
you need,
subtext font goes right below before subtext
yep,
color. Okay.
indeed.
Okay.
And you'll need to also declare that, which should probably be whatever font your subscreen is using, which I don't actually know. Um,
I've
that would
been
be a thing
using
to
the
check.
I've been using Link's Awakening because it kind of matches the
Okay, then
aesthetic.
you'll just need to put the constant for that so it knows it. And I actually don't know the height of that, so might need to adjust based on that because my brain always goes based off the 6 pixels of the small font. It's not a color; it's a font,
Oh,
so it's big.
I'm losing my mind. It's 118. Okay.
Well, font isn't a type, so it's just an int, so it's config.
Config. Okay. Jeez. Yeah. Okay. So I'd have to find this in
STD,
constants. Okay. So I assume I could just control F
and
font.
it's there. It's font underscore, so that should be easy to find. And
So
whichever one it is,
well, it's links. It'd be LA. So it'd be, why is this one miss?
because tabbing, probably because Zariah's tabbing versus my tabbing. Zariah's tabs are larger than my tabs.
But why was it just that one?
True, because there's others the same. I don't know.
Literally only that one. Oh, this one combos is messed up. But yeah. All right, let's recompile.
Okay, and that should hopefully work out. This is what I get for doing functions off
Oh,
memory.
back in the screen. There's a or into the drawstring. Uh,
What's
what has not been? It's just
there?
the function's not been declared, so something's wrong with the function.
Huh?
Something's not right with this.
7 comma so layer comma x comma y comma font comma color comma oh dude, you removed the color from the second one. You replaced the color with the font instead of adding the font before the color.
Oh shoot, I did indeed.
That would be your bad, not mine that time.
All right,
I'm like, what? I fucked something else up? Nope, wait, nope. That was you.
and it worked. Okay.
Okay. Now use this wonderful item.
This item is a lot more than I thought it would be, and I kind of like it.
Hey, it's turning out awesome, and these are systems you can use for other items.
Yeah,
Also, there's something wrong with the pointer being invalid in your global scripts at the moment, and I'm curious as to what the hell that is. But we can worry about that another time.
yeah, that's true. Oh, whoops. Okay.
It's not killing anything at the moment. Focus on this script, and then we can debug that,
Yeah.
which is probably I don't know because it's for a save file. So
All right. So using item now. So once this timer expires, we should get a little timer under the item. Hey, looks
okay,
great.
might want to move the y up a bit.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
So like if that's -8, then I'd say -12.
4 or 12? Don't you mean like
Which
-4 or something?
that would move it down
Negative. Wait, this is -8 from where?
from the bottom of the subscreen.
Oh, I didn't know it was from the bottom of the subscreen.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
the
yeah,
the,
-12 would be
the
cool.
top of the screen is 0y.
Is 0y. Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, now recompile, and this time try it on the A button just to check the other X.
Yeah, I'll try it on both just to verify that it works everywhere. I'll do 4 tests. Well, 2 tests. 2 tests. Also, have you noticed that on any quest where the sword can be reassigned, it always defaults on B?
Yeah, I
Like
have.
every quest, Glorious Squad, Oliver Birth, almost every quest I could think of that this was a functionality that happened.
Don't
So
know. I think it just puts the first item you get on the first button.
So if I were to swap the position of A and B, it would put it on A.
It's probably first in some internal sense, not in a that type of sense.
Oh,
Hey, that is still low.
wait, yeah. Let me. I actually wasn't really. I was paying attention to see if it worked. I didn't pay attention to see if it was too low. Let's see. Changing it by 4 really did not do anything.
That's not changed by 4. Did you recompile?
Yes, I did.
Did you
And
save after you recompiled?
yes, I'll do. Yeah, I did, but I'll do it again. You can check the stream, but I'm pretty sure I did. Well, maybe I didn't save. I don't know. I remember I thought I did, but maybe I
Like, I know what 4 pixels is in CC, and that ain't 4 pixels.
didn't. Well,
I always am paranoid on that, and I always will do another save and recompile because I'm well enough used to making that mistake myself.
okay, so I'm gonna say negative.
Yeah, no.
-8 or taking Changing by 4 was a bit
Negative 10,
much.
negative
Yeah,
10 maybe. That would be halfway between those.
yeah. And I'm thinking I might want to have a draw tile maybe or something, just to have like a clock so that players who may not really know what's going on will know like, oh, that's a
Um,
time cooldown. Can I do that? Because I mean, we're able to draw that, can't we?
yes, you can. Ugh, it's a little bit more complex than you might think, but you
Really?
most certainly can. Well,
I
because you only because that's a centered string. So if you want to draw to the left of the string, you need to know the width of the string.
uh, hmm. I can't just
So
give it.
you,
I can't just give it a X and Y that I think
you
would
need to
be
give it an x and y, but it should be the position of the string over that much, so that like when it goes down to one digit, the clock moves with it. So it's
It wouldn't
one
have
unit.
to. It wouldn't have to.
Eh, you could just give it an X and Y, but you need to give one for each button and the. Or you could just
Well, that
make it
wouldn't be.
relative to the text position.
I don't think that'd be too bad. I mean, just
And
within.
making it relative to the text position also won't be too bad. It's just like an extra step. So if you take what you've got there, actually just copy paste that into Discord for a second,
All
and I
right.
will totally just whip this up in all of 2 seconds because
So,
I'm used to fast working with these functions.
and honestly, I've gotten used to the drawing functions. If I ever needed to use them on my own, I know how to. So I've already used them on my own. So in terms of learning this stuff, I've learned that.
So this is, it needs to be screen tile 7 sub b x minus text string width, and the uh, order is pointer then font, buff sub text font over 2 sub by sub sub cooldown tile 0 pick duplicate but place these A's and there. I've written enough of these that I have gotten real fast with that type of stuff. I do like drawing and subscreen and timers, and that's where a lot of my experience is.
Cool.
So you learn the fast pace of all the things. And there's obviously one new constant in there, which is sub cooldown
Yeah.
tile to define as a tile.
Oh yeah, I gotta
Slight
give it
issue.
a little time
Yeah.
tile. That's right.
Yeah, you need to give it a tile. And I also, for the record, because I'm a smart one, actually make that So where you see text string width, blah blah. So
Text string with.
let me. Actually, I'm just gonna just give me a second, and you can copy it again because I made a boo boo, which is I forgot one little thing. So it's actually two constants you need, and I just completely forgot it. As is, that's going to draw it like under the text instead of next to the text. So yeah, that would be good. Okay, I edited the code. Didn't send a new message, just edited it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a quick tile to use for the timer. Just momentary. What is this tile? 29280.
Find the tile the clock item uses.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, that's yeah. It's almost as the but here's the thing: you can't just use that tile. That is way too big.
Really?
That is 4 times the 4 times 2. You need a mini tile, kind of like the bomb and arrow icons on subscreen. So 8 by
Oh,
8, not 16 by 16.
okay. Well, this isn't too
Because
important.
otherwise, it's going to be so big that it'll be over twice the size of the text.
Okay.
So
Let
you
me
want to copy it and then
Let me
paste
just.
another one next to it, and make it small. Again, because script stuff, it should be aligned with the upper left, so no transparent
Yeah,
above or
yeah.
below.
I'm thinking what I
Or
might do
above.
is just find a random tile and then customize it on another time.
I just edit the one next to the clock and make it like just a smaller version of the same thing.
And you just move it move it up so that the tile number is not so high, right? Is that what you're
That
saying?
doesn't matter.
Oh,
No,
I
I'm
thought.
saying and make just edit the tile next to it and make a small copy of it.
Okay, and that I gotta do that by hand. There's no quick way to do that, right?
Yep.
Oh boy.
And
Okay.
editing of tiles. So yeah, you'll basically just want a small clock aligned in the upper left corner.
I gotta erase all this. I've got a decent idea. I mean, it's just draw a clock.
So
Not that.
if you want to just actually here's what you can do: just use the color replace tool because then you don't need to just use the wand tool, not the bucket tool.
Uh, that nope. What's going on? It's like ah. Which tool did you say?
The replace color, the wand tool
Yeah.
under the bucket.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Wow, that adds a lot easier. Okay, so I need to stick within. I'm just
Um,
gonna draw a little bit of a barrier
yeah.
here.
So if you want to give yourself a border, then just make a border on the ninth pixel so that you know your limits.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's what I did. Um, it doesn't even need to be that extravagant. Let's just draw a circle.
Yeah. And because it was a clock tile to start, you've got your reference in the upper right.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I had you copy it.
That's I have more space. I could use more of the space here. Yeah, I could just do this. Yeah. And
It doesn't need to be 8 by 8. It can be smaller. So if you wanted to make it 7 by 7, so that it is odd, so that you can make the clock hands nicely, that works fine.
yeah, that was my plan. There we go. And then
That's now 8 tall. So that's the horizontal hand won't be even.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
So make one shorter
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah, yeah.
even. Yay, tile creation!
Uh,
Usually my weakest point.
yeah, I'm not too great at it either.
If I'm
Uh,
good at anything, it's knowing how to make something properly centered and perfectly usable for scripts. Because, I'm used to scripts.
I mean, this doesn't look. Uh, you're saying make it. Yeah, okay, I see. Let's do it this way. There. Yeah,
Oh, and keep in mind, this should be 8-bit.
that doesn't look right. That has to be
It's
centered.
because scripts aren't going to know a CSET, so it's either 8-bit or CSET 0.
I actually think this looks better when it's larger. Personally, I think this looks better when it's but that won't work. It has to be like that if I go that big. I think this looks fine.
Okay,
And I don't
sure.
know what green color that is. It's either this,
It
this.
doesn't even need to be green. It can be any color you want. But keep in mind, use 8-bit or use CSET 0. Because otherwise it's not going to come out in the color that you put.
Let's just try it with that. Sure, white. Why
I
not?
can't even see what CSET you're in now because that is tiny text.
What?
I don't even know what CSET you're in because that is tiny text.
It's C set 0.
Yeah, I thought it was.
And you said change. Oh, wait, I gotta actually get. Oh, jeez, I need to get rid of the black border. Oops, that was a mistake. Let's fix that. There we go. Alright, and you said, how do you what's the hotkey for 8-bit? Make it 8-bit?
When you're in the tile page, not in editing the pixels, but
Yep.
when on the top page, Shift B.
Shift B. convert to 8. Yep, there. Now it's 8-bit.
I think technically B will also do 8-bit, but there is a slight difference. Um,
Yeah, it gives me the same
if you
prompt.
yeah, if you do just B, then that means if you're in C set 5, then color 0 of that C set will remain whatever that color is, therefore not transparent in 8-bit.
Hmm.
Um, if you do Shift B, then it converts whatever the transparent was to color 0, which is transparent.
I see. Okay, so again,
So it's just a
29,
transparency difference.
281. 29. Okay, I
Oh,
just.
and meanwhile, Zora has been talking. I haven't been looking at the chat. This is the pointer of the current object. Yeah, in this case, I'm just telling him what it was. Font should be a type unit if as an enum. Yeah, they should, but they're not because that would be a thing for SC to do. So until it is. And yes, you should make them an enum and make the functions take an enum.
Okay, compile. So what were you saying then?
Oh, is it printing out the wrong?
Did he find the issue with it?
He's finding why it was printing Max signed instead. What?
8.
Seriously, both of you? What?
This error's been there forever. Hmm.
Remember that I edited the code for you, so put that block in.
Wait. Wait, S command
Yeah,
is.
S command is an unsigned. So it's converting to signed long.
Hmm,
Signed in. It's not short.
an unsigned integer. Unsigned 16-bit.
Yeah, it's an unsigned in. So is it converting it to signed before it converts it to a larger size? Is it?
uh, being put on the
Unless
spot like
exactly what I
this.
just said is it, then I have no clue in hell.
Yeah.
Printf stuff always confuses me with that. But but
Unsigned.
I'm assuming it needs to use unsigned there, which I don't even know what would be to put for the percent for printf because I've never had to do that, so I've never looked it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known what unsigned was, but sure. Okay. And did you I sent you the new code to paste in there because I had made a typo. So just it's edited, so just copy that and paste it over what's there already, and that will be the thing of fixing. So you then have two undeclared constants, which includes sub cooldown tile and sub cooldown tile width. So the tile should be the tile, and the tile width should be the pixels wide, which I think was
What was it?
which
7?
actually include that also include needs to include the spacing. So if you want any empty space between the text and the clock, add that to 7.
Uh,
So probably 8 or 9.
yeah. Yeah, let's go with 9. See how that looks. And this has to be in config.
Config for both of those.
Yep. Alright. This,
And let's see it in action. I'm so glad YouTube has a live button because I keep needing to click it every time I lag behind a bit. It's
stop.
buffering. I'm curious what's wrong with that. That is in your global script. So it's something in your global
Oh,
script is.
well,
Uh,
I don't think good old F9 is gonna help me here.
what
It's all the classic crashed. I have no
is it
clue.
not responding?
It's frozen. Like it's completely frozen.
Are you click? Were you clicked on the console instead of the game?
It's frozen. I can't. I
F9 doesn't do anything. What
nope.
about F10?
Nope. It's dead.
Okay. Yeah,
It
it's
well
Task
this
Manager time.
this definitely was going while we were doing this.
That would do it.
Yeah, it
Maybe.
overloaded.
Okay, whatever.
Kill it. Kill it
After
fast.
we test this, time to look at what the hell is causing that error.
Yeah, definitely. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, you could easily test it by adding a corrupt thousand script, sorry. Or, I mean, you could just set it to run on a random particular operator. Just like set trace to call that exact line, and then do a trace, and it will call the info assessment text. But, well, no, because that would. No, because
Hey.
it wouldn't be over. No. Add make quit do it because quit is OXFFFF, which would be larger.
Well, it works. Sweet.
Nice.
And I could use that. Oh, well, that's a bomb. So this bomb should do more
Um,
damage to me. No, it didn't. That's right. Bombs don't do that. Man,
yeah.
I didn't make it any items that I can hurt myself with. Dang. If I had made bombs or something, then I could actually make sure that the timer, like the damage multiplier, works. But I can't hurt myself with my own strength, unfortunately.
Trust me, it's working. Like with that code, it's doing exactly that.
I mean,
The only chance it won't is if you have multiple items of the same type of one of those types.
here, let's. I could do a quick test here just to make sure. Okay, I should have.
Actually, hit him with the boomerang because the boomerang was taking 2 hits to kill him before.
Right. Let me just.
So if it one hits, then that'll do it.
I just want to verify though. It is still 2 hits. That killed him. Okay. Oh wow. Kill it now.
It's that screen,
Yeah, it
or
does
it was
not.
when you went. What?
It was when I screen transition
Okay.
left.
Okay. To the global scripts file, which has almost nothing in it, for the record. So your global script has almost nothing in it, right? So that should
Yeah.
not
Let me
be
just do
doing it.
this. Let me just do this test quickly.
I think it's time based somehow.
Well, then I have some time here. Kill him before the timer runs out. No, that did not one shot him. Hmm.
It's timer ran out.
Yeah, the timer ran out.
That would do it.
Uh, no, it's not one shotting him.
What?
Well, now that took 3 hits.
Oh, it took 3 hits then. What's the power on that boomerang weapon?
I think it's just a power issue. Um, let me try with a
Well,
different one.
what's your power and what's that enemy's health? Just tell me in ZQ,
Let's.
and I'll tell you exactly how many hits it should take for each.
Let's look for Boomerang Gale. I will rename it Gale Boomerang when time comes. Power 2. So
So that
one.
does 4 HP of damage and should do 8 while buffed.
Okay, so now let's look at my bat. Let me just make sure I get the right bat. Bat has 8.
So that should one shot while buffed, and it should take 2 hits while not.
Yeah. I'm also gonna spawn an Octorok. That's easier to hit. That has 2 HP. Let's alter that. I have yet to go through all of my enemies, so I'm okay with this. So let's make it 7. Because then it will take.
Yeah, there's array pointer errors that are happening because of some things where we haven't quite debugged it yet. I don't know what it is. It could be an error in the script somehow. Let's check that first, please, before we continue this.
Yes.
What's in your? Go to your global scripts.
Okay.
Okay, that's bothering me. So what's in here? It's printf and
Just the
bitmap
bitmaps.
update for each. Um,
We could get rid of this printf,
uh,
can't we?
yeah. Hold up. Oh no! Don't you dare tell me. Don't you. Well, no. The Zarya, that crash, I'm pretty sure was just Windows being a bitch because the console logged way too many errors for way too long. But don't you dare fucking tell me this is related to the string literal thing. Oh god, I thought I fixed that. I so actually no, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't.
Revert that. Okay.
Yeah, revert. Put that printf back. Undo because I that printf is never running. But it. I. Oh no. So here's a quick thing to do: is I want you to add a global variable. Actually, not, it doesn't mean a global. Put it in void run above while true, and name it int frame,
And do what
and
with it?
then and then it should start at 0, so you can just not assign. But then right above wait frame in your global, just do plus plus frame,
Okay.
and then after that, at the top of well, actually, change that wonderful condition there to if um, input key input key pressed.
I don't know if it's like that or do you have a.
No. It's an array name. It's remember what I said about dereferences. First letter of each word capitalized,
Okay.
almost universally.
That's right. Okay.
Uh, and then that's an array, and at index
Frame.
all caps key underscore, and then pick a letter on your keyboard that's not bound to a control.
Uh, that's not bound to a control. I.
Okay, key I. So if you press the I button on your keyboard and then change the printf to just
Oh,
remove everything in it, and
Major
you're
Guild
just gonna make
is
it.
Major Guild is saying it's just key as in the array name, not
You know,
key.
there's multiple different arrays, and I'm telling you to use key pressed.
All right. All right.
So Zoraya is trying to use the old crap. Key right now would do every frame while held down instead of once when you press it. Key is like input compared to key press being like press. So then you can remove everything in the printf in the parentheses, and you're just going to make it a single string literal. So you don't need any of the mouse stuff at all.
Okay.
And you're just going to make a string, and you're going to in the string put percent sign %d
Percent sign D.
backslash n.
Okay. Just that.
Yeah, and then after the end quote, you're going to do comma frame.
Yep.
So if you press the I key, it will tell you what frame it is since the global script started running.
Okay. Compile and run.
Uh, yep. I highly doubt it's the returns from mouse.
There's no variable key pressed array for pointer on
What?
the left side.
How? What? Um,
It doesn't like key pressed.
input
Or maybe it's a key
Uh,
I that it didn't. Wait, was it key I? Well, it said
no.
array.
How do you have? I need to just increase.
There's
Let me
no.
increase my quality and look at your script again, so I can actually read the text. Did you typo something?
You have an incremented frame.
That why the hell is that not declared? Soraya, did you mess up my key stuff? Automatically blaming Soraya again for everything.
Well, he's saying it might be key press
Key
and not
pressed?
pressed.
Okay, try that. In that case, the script additions is wrong and needs to be fixed.
Honestly, key pressed makes more sense in my opinion. That was the issue.
Okay, Z script additions is wrong.
I think
Thank
key
you,
pressed
Soraya.
sounds better, though personally.
Frame is incremented above wait frame.
So this is just debugging that global issue then.
Yeah, so just when you start, get on, and then every once in a while, press I.
Sounds good. All right. I frame 126. I 300. I 438. I 591. How many times should I do this?
Until errors start showing up.
All right. Oh, I pressed and hold and I was hoping for spam. Uh, no errors. I'm up to 1600 frames. How close can I get to frame perfect pressing? Uh, 5 frame. No, that's like 8
One
frames.
thing, I don't know if frames where you have press I will count towards the count we're looking for.
All right.
So just make it
Well,
a bit more infrequent.
I'm starting to think that issue was a freak thing because it's.
It took a while before, and I would
Yeah.
expect it to take at least until 4,000.
Question: is there a way that I can just press and hold and have it register every frame that it's down, so I don't have to keep
You would need to
pressing?
do key then, though again, I think frames where that's printing might not count against the invisible counter towards Doom. So if you just held it, it might just never error because you're holding it.
Well, having to press it every time is kind of.
Well, you
Oh,
don't.
there it goes. Found it.
Oh, what was the?
Oh, okay. I need to F9. Oh, that. Okay, stop flying. Okay, I gotta find this. Okay.
It
Where's the part?
was. Oh,
It's gone.
okay. It wasn't 4096, but again, it might not be counting frames where you pressed it. So it might very well be 4096. Okay, so let's go back to the script, and I just want to test something.
That is interesting, actually. Oh, I
Uh,
hit no on accident.
so I remember when I fixed string literal bugs. That wonderful report that is the entire reason I learned the parser because Gray had left that wonderful bug. I think there may still be an issue with it where it's not where it is allocating the array but not deallocating the array when the condition is not met. So I'd like you to change the script and make a line after plus plus frame and make it if frame greater than 40,000 4,090. If frame greater than 4,090, trace frame.
All right. Well, he had me.
Just do this first. Because that was an imprecise test. I'm making a more precise test before we look at the log. So if frame greater than 4,090,
Trace frame.
just 4,090, because I want it to print a few frames before, trace frame.
Yeah, if it's greater than 4090, trace frame. Yeah, that's what I have.
Yep. Okay, I'm maybe behind, so I'm talking to you a few seconds ago.
Yes.
Okay, and now compile and try again. Don't press I at all this time.
Okay.
It's alright, I'm making a more precise test because I'm debugging and I think I know the exact issue. So I'm confirming a hypothesis. 4096, for the record, is the max number of arrays you can have declared.
Can I use the speed up to that frame?
Yes, that should in fact work.
Let's do that then. Save some time.
And try to hit escape. Try to pause ZC as soon as it starts airing, so that's easier to just scroll up to it.
All right. Okay.
Uh, okay, scroll up to the print. Did it print?
Uh,
The warp is from
4095 local arrays are ready in use. No more to be allocated, and then it starts with the
okay.
errors.
Oh, okay. There's an error message I needed. There's an error message I needed.
4095. That. Yep.
Local arrays already in use. No more can be allocated.
Yep.
Local arrays already in use. No more can be allocated.
So you've got an array that's full, and it won't allocate.
And now for the kicker. Go back to the script.
Yeah.
And if this happens, I swear I'm going to rip my hair out. But in the script, the if statement that has the printf in it, add braces to that if.
Uh,
No, no, don't add any more commands to it. Just make it have braces.
are you kidding me? What? Wait. How would this fix it?
Oh, trust me. Trust me. Try it now.
it am I correct that this is a space issue?
It's a stack issue because it's allocate, even though it's not printing anything, because that condition is never being met, it's allocating that string literal. And it's running out of string literals because it's never deallocating that string literal.
Oh no. If that's true, what is Zariah's problem?
Now, for the record, we had an issue with this before, which baffles me so much in that the only difference between a working and not working was if the if had braces or not.
Well, wait. What is Zariah? Print F. Wait.
You know that's not the point, Zariah. I want the while to repeat. I want the while loop to go back to the top. I don't want repeat.
What is
That
repeat?
what he's telling you to do goes precisely against what I wanted tested.
Oh. All right. Well, I feel very
Um,
conflicted. Got
so
two.
just listen, just run it now and speed up and see if it starts airing. Now, before it did not end up printing first, it aired first. But yeah, this is a scope issue, alright? So I wanted the while loop to iterate, just to make sure that that was all happening. A repeat wouldn't do what's needed.
You want a block check too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're doing now. We're checking with the block.
What time was it at? Was it at about? Oh. What is this?
Motherfucker. That's your frame printing. That's your trace. That's the frame trace. That wasn't happening before because it aired first. It aired before that started, and now it didn't air, and it's the fucking braces, and it's this fucking bug again.
Huh. Wow.
This bug has plagued us for over a year now in different fucking. Zora, I know exactly what this is. It's allocating the string literal, but it's not deallocating. It shouldn't be allocating it because it's inside the block, so it's.
That is so that is so bizarre of an error.
It's just, oh yeah, it is. String literals are bizarre in making them work.
Huh.
Oh, I am in pain just thinking about this.
Is it
So,
only in print functions?
no, it's string literals.
Just in general.
String and array literals. It would be both because they're the same thing. Because literal deallocation and allocation happens interestingly.
Huh.
It literally it generates Zasm and it places it not at the next place where it did it, but it's generating. I don't think it's binding to one scope higher. I think it only deallocates if the if is true, but it allocates regardless of the if condition. So it's binding to the if scope, but it only deallocates. If it were binding to the while, then that issue would not have happened. No, it's binding to the if scope.
Okay.
The if scope just isn't deallocating its bound things unless the if condition is true.
Wh- Huh.
Unless there's a block, in which case the block, if you have a case block, an AST block, which is what braces are, it changes allocation because it needs to be prepared for multiple statements.
Oh. So the way in which it
So,
deallocates is different than when it's not a block.
yes, that is the thing. So the deallocation
Holy
of a
crap.
non-brace if is broken because it's not expecting allocation because
That is
and
fascinating.
to be fair, I'm gonna give you a lovely block of code that I saw someone do once. That this was in earlier versions, but it was
That is fascinating. Just the nature of how the if is presented without a
but
block.
someone did this in a script in and that worked and they were able to then reference wet later. And that I don't I don't think they had the same name. I think they had different names, but like they were able to reference it later and it was still allocated. So that's a problem.
Man.
But that's a lasting problem that's existed for a while. And I think that is showing the same type of issue.
Were they getting you said this what you printed here works, what you stated.
That worked in top 50 yeah. That wonderful little code. I think if only if they had variables have different names, like same names, but regardless, it's but yeah, and that shouldn't work. And that is showing the same issues with deallocation because those variables weren't deallocating. Those were finding a scope higher. They had to be. So that's slightly different than what I think is happening. But yeah, if with no braces should take the next line as a block makes absolute total sense. So mm,
He's enjoying
I
himself.
can force that. I can force that directly in the goddamn flex, and that may be the best way to fix it. For loops do that. For loops do that. For loops have a forced scope. Even if you don't use braces, for loops have a damn forced scope because they need a forced scope because you can declare a variable in the damn conditions line.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But ifs and such don't do that. And
Ifs and whiles, yeah. Unless probably would be the same way.
unless and if are the same thing.
Huh?
Literally, there's okay. So there's what are called AST nodes, which are classes that are children of the class AST, and that's all of how the parser works. There is an AST statement if. There is not an AST statement unless. Unless is an AST statement if. They are both AST statement if.
Oh, I see.
So there is no separation there. The difference is that AST statement if has a member variable bool inverted. If it's unless, then that's true. If it's
Oh,
if, then that's false.
yeah, that actually,
Yeah.
that is all that
So
is.
most everything they do is identical, except in a couple places, and only a couple places, it checks that bool and inverts its behavior. Mostly in assembly generation, when it gets to remember we looked at the ZASM and we had the go to true.
Yeah.
If it were unless, that would have been go to false, and that's literally the only difference between if and unless.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, this
Well,
I'm gonna need to rewrite if. So I'm not fixing this now. This is going onto my to-do list. I'm going to go make a report for it.
well, all of
But
this I
I'm
can
not.
just delete.
I am not diving into this until I am back from Japan and settled. I am telling you that right now because my brain is not handling diving into the parser like this. What I'm going to tell you for now is if you have an if statement and the thing inside it uses a string or array literal,
Get a block.
use braces.
All right. Yeah.
Oh god damn it.
I just hope I remember to do that because I'm so in the habit of a single line if statement just
Oh
simply
god
being,
damn it.
no block. But oh god, and that is
Oh
that is a significant issue too.
yeah it is. For the record, the issue used to be worse. I fixed part of it. I just apparently didn't quite fully fix all the differences there. So I'm actually literally just going what probably the easiest way for me to do this, Zarya, is going to be to literally just make an AST block in the Flex Bison. Because that'll just force it to use all the block code as though it always has a block. And it won't need to worry about coding in. Because 4 has a lot of hard coded scope stuff. I can just make the Bison treat it as though there's braces there. And that should handle everything. Um, and that should be much simpler because all I'll need to do is for an if has a statement, and I can say if that statement is not an AST block, then make an AST block, put that statement in it, and use the AST block created. So that'll be here. Yeah, that's right. You almost never use statements without blocks. You using statements without blocks is how we found this originally over a year ago now. Over a year ago now. Oh my god. Okay, so actually, what I'm gonna do is, you know what I can do? I can make a non-terminal, which is statement of block or something like that. It's like variable name, so name doesn't matter. And basically, a statement of block is a statement. And if that statement is a block, then it's just that. And if it's not, then it's that put into a block. Just so I can use that non-terminal anywhere, and it will automatically force it into a block. That'll be. Oh, damn it. Now I'm getting ideas, and I'm probably going to do this now because I'm getting ideas. I need food, though. So I'm probably going to get food
Yeah,
first.
and I need sleep.
But yeah. Yeah. Okay, glad we got status effects done. I mean, we
Yeah,
technically haven't play tested them because you haven't made a defense booster and activated both at once. But
yeah. That'll
it's
probably be the next thing.
the fact that it showed up centered indicates to me that it probably worked pretty well. Oh, and you also didn't test top right, which
That I don't. Yeah, it's centered work. I'm sure top right will work. So
Oh, actually, you know what the issue is going to be with top right?
what's that?
Ooh, yeah, no, top right's going to have a slight issue. It's going to be centered in a box to the top right. If it's top right, we probably want it right aligned.
Oh, good point.
Um, so what that means is that the get status X will also need to know how many statuses are active,
To
and it
know.
can then do math to sort of uncenter it.
So,
Because that'll know what's drawn and know how far it is. And we still have optimizations to do as well.
well, yeah, of course. But
Because right now it is redrawing everything every frame.
yeah,
What we can do is we can set it up so that it will only redraw it when there's a change, which means it won't redraw it if there's no status effects active. And if there's a status effect active, it will redraw it every second when the timer changes.
yeah,
So that'll be something.
and
But
after that we should do the armor one so that then we could test the whole two
yep,
effects.
yep.
So
Regardless, I am going to outright say I am not going to be available for at least another week
that
to the day.
that would be fine. Yeah.
Because tomorrow is full study day. Monday, Tuesday is exam days. Then I
Uh,
have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to finish a bunch of items on a checklist for preparing to leave Japan, including some fun visits to City Hall to wait for hours and fill out forms.
Jeez, yeah, definitely. That's
So,
the thing.
yeah.
And honestly, like you guys may have noticed, I've been doing a lot of Clash of Clans. I've been trying to push getting the channel to 1,000 subscribers so that I can start making money. And college students need money. I want
Right,
money.
money is restricted now. I remember that. Right,
Yeah,
YouTube did a bitch last year.
yeah. Oh my, actually, like 2 years ago. So when I first started our YouTube channel, there was no monetization requirements. We were monetizing with 20 subscribers and like 2 views a
Yeah,
day.
I have like 23 subscribers. I was monetized until that changed.
Yep, yep. And
I
then
never got a single penny out of the monetization.
you know what's funny though?
Yeah.
You know what's funny though? They made it 500 first, and then we got to like 420, and then they made it 1,000, and then we're like, well, this ain't happening. But
Wonderful.
with my Clash of Clans streams, it's since all the classic we actually lose subscribers because my Clash of Clans people see, oh, this ain't Clash of Clans, I'm gonna unsubscribe. So it's actually damaging to do Zelda Classic, which hurts me because I love Zelda Classic. So that's why I've been pushing the Clash of Clans so much. But definitely once we hit 1,000, I'm gonna slow down a lot because I am feeling twitchy for playing another Zelda quest. So yeah, I will be bringing that back soon, hopefully.
But yeah, so just let me know. Basically next I'm gonna use my days, which are definitely day off. Because this was your Friday night. This was my Saturday. So next Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I may be free. So that's your Friday, Saturday, Sunday night next week.
Next
Um,
week, okay, yeah, because
I'm gonna say I won't be available Tuesday, Wednesday. Wednesday is my flight.
right.
Fun thing is, I will be leaving Japan at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, and I'll be arriving in the U.S. at 4 p.m. Wednesday.
Huh. Well,
Daytime zone.
I start my spring semester on the 27th, so my
The 27th. My spring semester starts. Technically, my spring semester starts on the 22nd.
yeah. Well,
I don't leave Japan until the 29th.
I'm just saying because my
Yes.
next Sunday, I gotta get to bed early for my classes.
Mm,
So, well, I don't know actually. I think my earliest class might be 11, so I might not need to get to bed that early.
mm,
But yeah, my schedule is actually really nice this semester. I think my earliest class on all 5 days is like 11 or maybe 10.
I don't have Friday classes for spring.
Oh man, that would be awesome.
Where's my I have my
3 day
schedule
weekends
somewhere.
every weekend.
To do drive, and I probably have it right here.
Wait, where do you
Right.
where do you live in the U.S.? I thought I remember you said
Connecticut.
oh, Connecticut. Okay, who was I talking to that they said they lived in Chicago or in the Chicago area?
Spring 2020 schedule.
I was talking to someone
My
from.
earliest class is Tuesday, Thursday at 9:30, and then Monday, Wednesday at noon.
Jeez. Yeah, and the thing is,
Yo.
my sweet spot is like start at maybe 10 or 11 and be done by like 3 or 4.
Unfortunately, my latest on Tuesday and only Tuesday runs from like 5 to 7.
Oh God. I I had to do a creative writing class for my, that the requirements I can't think of what they are, but I had to require or the class was a 4 to 7. There's no good time for dinner there. You either eat dinner at 3:30 or at like 8. Oof.
Mm. Oh, anyway, this has been wonderful. We got some wonderful status effects done, and then we found an awful engine bug that I need to
Hey,
fix.
it's better to find bugs than to not find them and then be blindsided by them later on.
Correct. It's awful though when you found a bug and you fixed it, and then it comes back not fixed.
Yeah,
Namespaces, they look real nice and they function real nice right now, don't they?
yeah, and I'm
Oh, the
actually thinking.
number of bugs. Do you know how long it took me to build namespaces and everything related?
Mm,
I
okay.
made those over spring break. And when I say I made those over spring break, I mean I spent almost the full day every day over spring break making those.
Oof. Yeah. I I
And
I get
even
that.
then, for the next couple months, every once in a while, something popped up and just didn't work.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking
Uh,
at least because my goal with my quest here is that I want to get all the scripts working and done, all the items, all the puzzles. Like I already got my ice block one. I have a couple more I want. I want to make an ice rod. Although you guys said that you're actually developing an ice rod in the engine.
yeah, Ice Rod is in the engine. I don't know how close that is. Is Zariah still here?
He's been chatting, so
Um,
yes.
yeah. Yeah. So Zariah, what's your progress towards solid stuff? I saw some code that wasn't there before for solid FFCs. I don't know when you added that stuff. But the ice rod needs the main thing about the ice rod is it's just a damaging projectile, but the freeze solid enemy defense
Yeah,
is
you
the important
you
part.
were telling me that's the part that's holding you guys up.
Yeah, so like do you have any progress towards any like starting on solid enemies?
Because you may have noticed in my active menu, all items are there except for one spot, and that's going to be the ice rod. So, oh well, enough said. So I guess that's going to be a while. So But
Yeah, I
basically,
figured South FSC stuff was quite unfinished. The ice rod's going to take a bit. If you want a way to, does the ice rod itself, the projectile, like, is that all working? Is it just the fence that's waiting?
yeah, he says it's the solidity that's the problem. So
But like the actual ice rod item works and does damage and etc. Yeah, or is there anything unfinished there? Because the main thing about the ice rod is it's just that default defense thing.
yes,
It's literally supposed to be just a damage projectile with the default defense of freestyle. That's the whole point.
huh?
So it's just another item class with another weapon type, a weapon ice.
Oh, okay. So in principle, it's not that complicated then.
Yeah, it's effectively it's similar to a clone of the wand. Um,
Every link in enemy
yeah,
move check will need to not only check combo solidity, but also
yeah,
and
precisely.
oh, geez. So that's kind of a. Am I correct in saying that
Everything that needs to check solidity needs to check everything that needs to check solidity.
that would be a bit of an overhaul? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. There's a reason I told you it was not going to be easy. But if FFC stuff is like at least on the way, then that's at least a roadmap.
Well, hey,
Um,
do you think we could jank it? Make one and jank it?
oh yeah, and the changing enemy tile and C set for that. Um, yeah, that is the thing. If you want to script something, I would presume that using an L weapon script on an Ice Rod class item to script something would potentially work fine for you. Just make sure the default defense isn't pretty solid because that would then change its behavior when that is added.
Well,
Um,
I'm not gonna worry about if I'm not gonna worry about that yet. That I kind of
yeah,
I kind of want to
solidity
get
is
all
fine.
my passive items done, and like the armor one, that should be pretty simple, like you're
Yeah.
saying. And then I'll need to come up with that. Oh, whoops! I accidentally closed Discord. I accidentally closed Discord.
Oh, that'll do it.
Let me just quickly jump into my notes and then
Uh,
items with locations. So I have this port.
yeah. You need script solidity for enemies. Is the problem with that?
So
Yeah.
I have this. So all I have left is portal sphere.
What's
Um,
portal sphere do?
so it's actually very basic. So it will have a stun on select enemies. It was another item from Isle of Birth. It stunned dark enemies, so there would just be some enemies that would be stunned by it.
Oh,
So yeah, um, when used, it would just have a very like nothing special. It shot just some stars, and its main thing was that when reacted with these little portal combos, it would create a portal. Like there'd be an
okay.
entrance and an exit, and when any like a block or link steps on it, it warps them to that other combo.
Oh,
So
oh,
so that might
uh,
be complicated.
oh. Like
But
a push block?
well, in Isle of Birth, Evan did manage to get push block puzzles with the portals.
Um, so Zora, is the screen moving block X and screen moving block Y, are those read write?
Oh yeah, because if they're right, if you can read and write it, then you can
I'm curious how that would work, or how buggy as hell that would end up being trying to move them.
you
But I'm
could.
curious if moving them would work properly.
I could talk to Evan and see if because did you hear what happened to all of Isle of Birth scripts?
Oh, that got fucked, right?
His hard drive crashed with them in him
Yeah.
with it.
See, that's why I use GitHub. By the way, if you don't already, you should use GitHub.
I do have
You back
GitHub.
up. Okay, you should have a repo for your script file there and keep it
He's
add commits after each stream.
he says it's only
Read only. Okay, makes sense. So what you'd need to do then is when you need to detect the push block, you may need to script a push block, which with combo scripts, huh? See, my brain for scripted push blocks has always gone to FFC Solidity, but with combo scripts, you could make a scripted combo push block
hmm.
and have that. I've been working with combo scripts lately for someone who's working on a Mario section, so they want like a coin block script.
Oh.
Um, and so that's interesting. So what you could probably do with a combo script, you could have, if you're pushing up against it, use link pushing as a timer, just as it normally would be. So when you push against it for a certain amount of time, it moves. You'd want to run it on layers, which means you need to wait for the unfinished combo data layer doesn't exist yet to determine what layer a combo script combo is on.
Hmm.
Well, no, sorry. The point is, it would still be on the grid, but a combo script could keep the position and the push. Well, actually, is push blocks work on layers a thing? A QR yet?
I've never seen that.
I don't feel like it is.
I don't think it is either.
What I would do, Zariah, is have a but Zariah, that ends up with the same problem of scripting a weapon solid. What I would do is I would make a combo script for a combo on layer one or layer two that you can push like a standard push block. And what it does is when you push it, it script draws whatever's below it, um, on top of it. Or perhaps it changes itself to
Hold
a
on.
blank combo, which runs. No, it transforms itself to a blank combo that runs another script, which draws the previous. Maybe
I think you might. Wait, hold on. What
there
if.
are ways to do this. There are ways to do
I
this.
know, and I actually just thought of one. I don't know if this would work. What if you made it where when you push the block onto the portal, it would act as a switch, which would trigger flags, which would cause the block that went onto the switch to turn into something invisible and non-solid, essentially just
Okay,
vanishing.
problem with flags is you can only do flags once per screen.
Oh, so once you go through the portal once, they're done. Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
precisely. That's why you need a script. Yeah, link
Okay.
pushing is easy. So like you just make a scripted combo push block. Drawing would probably be best. So then when you push it, you script draw whatever's below that block onto that square, and then you script draw that block moving over. No, because solidity and link, you need to. Well, no, you'd script move link with script. You could script move link with the block, so he has to stay pushing it.
Hmm.
Maybe. It's getting more complicated the more I think about
Well,
it. There's a way to do this with combo scripts
well.
that
Anyway,
would work decent.
so in terms of like all the items I've left, there's portal sphere, the life ring, which I forgot. It was either me and
So,
Zariah or me or you that we kind of looked at into that.
life ring should be easy.
Okay, yeah, and then
So
after.
that right there that you have, I gave you a script that will do exactly what that says there.
Oh,
It's in our Discord.
the other day I was trying to figure out if it was either you or Zariah. I didn't remember who, but and I looked through our chats and I couldn't find it, and I even like Control F life ring and it didn't pop up. So maybe
Um,
the name
hmm.
wasn't life ring.
Oh God! Does Discord search? I'm typing things I know have been typed in our chat and it's not finding them. So
Discord search
Discord
sucks,
might.
by the way.
No, Discord search is very good, but I think it doesn't search in code blocks.
Oh, that sucks. Dang. Why wouldn't
Discord
it?
search does a lot of really good stuff. In fact, my entire main to-do list is self pings on the dev server because I can search message sent by me and pings me.
Huh. Well, okay, so that
Um,
was you, but
yeah, I'll
so
find it and I'll pin it so that you can just find it in the pins.
thank you. So
Um,
so then yeah, there's
so
life ring, and then I think it's just my trading sequence items, which I'm sure those are a piece of cake. And then we got Heron's Grace done, Ganon's Rage is done.
pinned.
Yeah, so Heron's
You can
Grace
check
is
that script.
yeah, I got it. Yeah, let me actually make sure I copy this in right now. Oh, what just
It's a pin, so you jump to the position of the
yeah,
pin.
and it jumped me back down. I didn't
Oh,
I didn't what the heck is happening?
Discord being a bitch. Maybe because we're in a call, I think. Check
I got
after the
it.
call.
I got it. Control AC for the win. Okay. Wait. What kind of script was it? It's a item data.
Inside of that.
Okay, so I can actually close this since we are done.
So, Zariah, when you push the block onto a particular combo, it teleports to a matching combo somewhere else on the screen, and you can then continue pushing it off of there. and it needs to not delete the combo under it. Yeah, trading sequence can be 100% string control codes. They can. It takes a lot of strings, though. Scripts can do it generally better, especially if you have scripted NPCs are the only thing you're talking to.
Well, that's what I figured it would be a script. That makes most sense.
Yeah, I'm just replying to Dry saying trade sequence can be 100% SEC now. It's like, yeah, I can. Doesn't mean that's the best way to do it.
Okay, so then let me just quickly change the name.
Yeah, so basically that custom life ring will that's a passive item, so it needs to be a passive item script with the constant script flag checked. And then it takes the HP active, the timer active, the HP idle, and the timer idle. So the timers are every n frames refill the life by add Q HP. So like if there are enemies on screen, then every timer active frames you restore HP active HP.
Perfect.
If
Okay.
there's no enemies, every timer idle frames you restore HP idle HP.
Yeah, and I definitely think players are gonna appreciate this life rate as opposed to the stand where you need to hold the speed function to actually heal yourself. Yeah.
Just at some point send Zariah a write up of the desired behavior for the portal block.
Of the what? You said that really
The
fast.
the block to go through portals.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
just he wants a write up, so just write up how it should work at
Well,
some
I'm
point for
thinking,
him.
do you want it through a write up or could I show you like a clip from a video? Because I could just show you the behavior. Um,
Yeah, true. If it's in IR, then
yeah, I could just
that
pull a
would
clip from
probably
my
work too.
walkthrough. From my walkthrough, I can do that. But
Yeah.
so yeah, and then like this is it basically. Then we finished Ganon's Rage. Hero's Armor is gonna be easy. I still have to figure out what I want Scholar's Mind to do. That's Touch. That one I don't know if I mentioned yet.
That one should be easy. You just need a way to determine if something is a boss, so you need to pick a bit of data to determine bosshood.
Right,
And if all of your bosses are going to be scripted, then that's fairly simple to do. Probably just an NPC misc array value. A particular array index has a particular flag set. You'll
right.
probably want an index, which is flags, meaning all binary stuff. And if you do fancy stuff with I can show you a fancy way to set up a set of functions which will let you do 32 bits in a single variable. By
Okay.
default, you get 8 bits. Or,
Yeah.
sorry, not 8 bits, it's 18
Well,
bits.
yeah.
Um, but there's a thing with a compiler option and namespaces and a thing that you can do. And the problem is that just doing it will break a lot of things because a lot of things rely on the 18-bit style, but you can sequester it so that only a set of functions use the 32-bit, and then you just call those functions to set and get the bits.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, but yeah, that's then all my quests will have for scripting will be if I want to make a really custom puzzle. I have an idea for where I need a script and enemies and bosses, which I have not touched yet. So that's the last thing with quest creation that I think I have not touched yet. So that's it then. Then it's just a matter of simple lay and pray with my quest. So yeah, just about done with all the scripted stuff.
Okay, time for my day to come to a close of go grab some food and then probably watch YouTube and maybe decide to dive into the Flex Bison and try to fix that goddamn issue. Which, for the record, should be easy enough to replicate a test myself. So,
Yeah, and I'll just quickly record a tiny clip of my portal spear and send that over to
uh,
Zariah.
I absolutely hate that bug. For the record, by the way, there was a point, and you remember Grace Winder. Did you ever really hear of him? Because he was Parsha Dev before me. And last November 6th, if I remember correctly, is the last time anyone heard from him on Discord.
I assume you're talking to
Um,
Zariah.
I'm talking to you.
Oh, well, I'm
July,
sorry.
July knows all this. I'm telling you.
Oh, well,
But so Gray we haven't heard from him since last November 6th. And
Yeah.
he is responsible for a large portion of the nice stuff in this parser, like string literals, like array literals, like type def. Like a lot of the nice work here was him. The more recent stuff is me because I took over. Like enums is all me. Namespace is all me. Um, Mostly that type of stuff. But a lot of there was a lot of groundwork stuff that was Gray, and he did a good job with it.
Huh.
Mostly, mostly.
Yeah.
Problem is there were a number of bugs, and especially the string literal bug. And Zariah basically at one point, because Gray had been gone for over a month at this point, this was last December, and he basically said, if Gray doesn't get back here and fix this, then I'm just going to need to revert everything. And by revert everything, he means revert every single thing Gray did in the parser, which is a lot of neat stuff. And the reason for that being because of a little problem known as Zariah couldn't read any of the parser code anymore because Gray rewrote so much of it. So Gray was literally the only person who could read the code and understand what it did. So we were basically at a point of we're going to need to just revert everything because like we don't we can't bug fix it because we don't know how to bug fix it. um, and I basically went, hold up, that's a lot of nice stuff that I don't want to see go. So why don't you give me a bit to try to fix it? The parser, for the record, is probably as complex, if not more, than the rest of the engine combined. So, yeah, the parser is a beast, and ugh, it's a whole thing. And basically, I went to I just went to learn it, and it took me so long. It took me a couple weeks to get through the flex bison. Which is why I'm like, oh, you got flex bison? That's the easy part. It's like, ah, yay! And I basically went through my whole spring semester, and I learned by doing. So I just started adding stuff and adding stuff. First thing I did was something that's not actually in it. It was just a basic test of what I could do. I added it is a tricomp operator. So it's an operator that takes two things and it returns -1 if the first thing is less than the second thing, 0 if they're equal, or 1 if the second thing
Oh.
is.
Okay.
So it's that. Didn't get added because it was stupid and it's not needed, but it was just a thing to add, and it involved adding out codes and stuff, and it worked.
Huh.
So I threw a number of trial and error and fixing stuff. After that, I went, okay, what's something actually useful I can add? Ternary. And I added ternary. That required a number of more trial and error, a number of new doing stuff and new things. I had to learn how if works because ternary doesn't work anything like an operator. It works like an if statement. So yeah, it's literally an if else is all ternary is. So yeah. But in expression form instead of statement form. So
Yeah.
but then like I basically just kept going through and I'm like, you know what would be cool? This. Let me try it. And I just kept doing that. And that's why we have so many new things, some of which are small, like unless until. I'm like, I could save an opcode here if I made unless until. Sure, let's try it. I'm like, what's an easy way to do this? And at this point, I was fairly fluent in flex bison and decent in the AST. So I'm like, well, just an inverted bool. Yeah? And this was me, like, getting into SASM to start with. And I basically went through all that. Scope was a nightmare to learn. That was the week of working on namespace, was learning how scope worked. Scope is awful. Scope is so awful. Um, but then, like, basically, it just went through all that. And eventually, I went, there's that string bug, which is the whole thing I'm supposed to be fixing this entire time. Do I know enough to fix that? And I went in and I looked at it. And the first time I looked at it, it was like, I don't know what a single word of this means. And this time I looked at it, I'm like, oh, this is doing this, this is doing this, this is doing this, this is doing this, this is not doing that. It should be doing that. Oh, found it. And I thought I had it. Apparently I didn't quite have it. I had most of it. I fixed the error that was reported. I didn't fix the entire. I treated a major symptom of a greater problem.
Did you see Zariah's
Um,
question?
no, the flex bison was the easy part. You were totally correct. It's just when you said that, that was a moment of, oh shit, that was the easy part. Oh, and you were right. That was the easy part. And at this point, flex bison is like the easy part. Which is why I'm saying I want to do this fix in the Flex Bison, because if I can make a fix in the Flex Bison, that's the easy part. So we can make the whole thing the easy part, then it's all easy. But oh, this parser has been one journey of figuring out how things work, and then a lot of my knowledge has transferred over to the other parts as well. I have a lot of knowledge in link.cpp, which is file Soraya hates touching. So it's good that I have that. That's a lot of link related stuff, which includes a lot of item related stuff and stuff. So like I added flippers have the dive timer and dive cooldown
Oh
variable
right.
now.
Yeah.
That was me. Um, though in the same update that I added that, I completely broke a lot of stuff because of a copy paste error.
Oh jeez.
Um, some particular checks thought you were always swimming. So yeah, that was a stupid error. Fixed it easily. That was what was it? Alpha 27, I think. Maybe 26. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, copy paste errors are constant. The next 20 years, yeah. Someone fixes them in the next 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Program's at 20 now though. Which is like this program is, for the record, like its original development started under a month after I was born.
Yeah, it actually is really crazy to think that
So
this
like this
is
program's from start of dev is younger than me by like 2 or 3 weeks.
when was the opening of this? When did it first begin?
The first development was in April 1999.
Okay, so I was about a year old when this started.
Year
Wait, hold on.
old.
April 99. I was almost exactly a year old. Huh.
Well, you're almost exactly a year older than me because I was born on April 3rd, 99. So
I was born April 13, 98.
you're, yep, you're almost a year older than me. Oh,
Wow. So this
oh, he had
started.
started it in C earlier than that. Then never mind. It's not older than. Never mind. I saw original dates for 99. So
If coins greater than 999. So, oh my god. Wow. That's ridiculous.
That's a fun copy.
Wow, that is terrible. That's
What the hell is that error?
wow.
But yeah, one of my big things that I've gotten into more recently cited though is the FF script side, which is so the parser is all ZQuest. Not a single thing of parser code runs during ZC.
Huh.
ZQuest runs all the parser code and makes assembly, Zazen. ZC and the FF script side then reads that Zazen and interprets it. That's the interpreter side. And yeah, basically learning the FF script stuff. Then I added a lot of stuff. I added the F6 menu and the on launch and the on cont game script. I added all three of those at once,
Hmm.
mainly because the number of global scripts is a thing that needs a version check. So adding all three of those in one version made it one version check instead of three version checks.
Hmm.
Um, Adding more now will require extra version checks and extra shit. But it's doable. Version checks are awful. Version stuff is awful. But yeah, adding script slots was fun. Making the systems for those work was fun, and that was just a hell of a lot of interpreter stuff. So at this point, honestly, one of the only like there are several files that I haven't touched often, but would be easy to edit if I needed to. Of the files that are properly confusing to me still, the biggest one is subscr.cpp, which is the engine subscreen. The engine
Huh.
subscreen is,
It's
in
bad.
a word, ass.
Oh
In
yeah.
more words, complete motherfucking holy shit, this could not possibly be worse.
Yeah, honestly, like as you saw, I made mine, and it just takes a long time to do things that could be so much more
There's a
simple.
reason. that I advocate for scripted subscreens, and I made those script subscreen sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, Now those are still obviously not many people have used them, so they still need testing. But one thing I'm working on a project. I don't know. Did I link it to you? I may have. I may not have. Let me pull it up quick. Um, but I have a thing I've been working on, and if you actually want to just play this quick on stream, it is in here. Here was the first video posted. Was this one? Oh wait, no, that was the second one. Never mind. That's a quick one though. This was a longer one, so that one would just be one to skim. Um,
Mm.
this and then that was another one. Those have time codes. Those do not. Those should not have time codes. That was my. That was YouTube remembering my time I was on them last. So yeah, the first one should be a quick watch. The second one would be when to skim, and the last one is uh how long is that one?
Okay,
Having.
actually, I do remember messing with this way back when you introduced your MM2.
Oh
I
yeah.
recognize
So
the
so
screen.
if you wanna the first and third one I linked, if you wanna just play those for a moment on stream, that would be cool because those are just those are the quick ones of the two, the color picker and the second one isn't even showing a uh preview in Discord. Um yeah, so this is the color picker, yeah. So this was me working on stuff. You can. This is how you edit it. This is properly how you would edit your subscreen. Is you can just click and drag these things, and it just works. And buttons at the bottom. That's not the final buttons. The buttons do click though. Save and load, and you didn't do anything at this point. They do now. And themes. Themes is themes was not done, but I made a color picker. That's the script right there running that. A script drawing your entire palette and letting you click in places on it to select colors.
Huh.
So that was and you X out, it doesn't change it, so it remembers things properly. This is
So,
a whole GUI header here running all these GUIs. So that's
yeah.
a GUI header that anyone who wants could use once I'm finished with it. It's just going to be expanded on constantly as I need more stuff.
So
It
hold
has
on.
I need.
Your subscreen script is just this, basically.
So this is a you would open this quest, and in this quest a script is running in which you would be able to edit a subscreen. Then you will eventually be able to click the save button and have the script save a .zs file to your computer, which you
Oh
can
my
load as a
gosh.
script.
I didn't know it was that simple.
That is the goal. Now, you actually can't do that yet. We don't have file pointers set up to create files yet. That is something I want to do, but
If
oh,
it's
sprite scripts from scratch.
if
Yeah.
it's that simple to do a custom scripted subscreen,
It eventually will be, and that last one there, the overview and themes, is fancy because that required some extra work
well
to get working.
100% let me know the second you get that done. If I
It's
did,
gonna take a while. If you at some point want to work on it with me, because it is a whole thing. Someone actually found it on my GitHub the other day and linked. Oh, is this something I could use? And it's like not done yet. Like on PCC in a thread, they're like, "Oh, I found this from your GitHub." It's like, okay, someone knows how to look for stuff.
well, yeah,
Uh,
that seems
if
amazing.
you want to play that last one there too, um, the middle one is longer because that was a complete overview of the project. So that's a half-hour video. This one, you could probably like skim through, run at double speed. Uh, but here I
Is it
am.
just more demonstration?
So here, there's menus for all the items. Right clicking to actually be able to do stuff. There's a lot more been done on that since this is the latest video, by the way. So I haven't actually shown off the latest it's done. The new object button works now. In reality, settings has stuff. I could actually probably screen share you a quick. Actually, no. Do I have it on this computer? That is the killer. Do I have this on this computer? Type qst files. Don't think I do. Is it on the GitHub with the rest of it? So this is themes, by the way, which is You
Yeah.
can change how the GUI looks to fit your taste
Yeah,
while you're editing.
I remember with your I messed with that a little bit. I remember messing with this a little bit back when. Do you remember that, right?
With MM?
Yeah, when you showed me it, you came on stream, and I did it on
Oh
stream.
yeah. Oh, I had the lens color was changeable. Was the color change I had.
Oh.
But I don't have quite. That didn't quite have a full theme changer. This is like some fancy shit there.
Believe it or
For
not,
changing.
though, that stream where we did that has like an insane amount of views. Just in case
Oh
you,
really?
it has I think over 500.
I do have the QST on the GitHub, so I can download it and show you. Cool.
Well,
Actually, I can. I sorry, download and show you. I can send it to you.
I don't really want to do this right now because it is almost 3 in the
Okay,
morning.
then that can be tabled for another time.
Yeah, yeah, and it's
But like
yours.
there's the QST, and you can now
All right.
feel
Yeah.
free to do whatever with that. And if you want to look at the scripts, it is do there's the full GitHub,
All right.
which has the QSD in it as well. But yeah, I'm glad I put that QSD in the GitHub. It's almost as though I was doing that. I was working on this up to leaving Japan. So like this was literally the last thing I was working on before leaving. It feels like this was so long ago. But yeah, so now like you can click new object button, which I clicked in the video and had it do nothing. But in that you can click it and it lets you make a new object and it works and it does stuff. Like you can actually do a decent amount of subscreen design now. Like a large portion of subscreen design is doable. Main issues, there's no way to like save it, and you also can't create multiple subscreens. You can create a passive and a active, but not multiple. Um, the ability to set up to create multiple is gonna be something. Gonna yeah, because of how the system works innately, being able to create multiple is going to require a lot more work. So basically, I'm going to need to have the script file it outputs do like basically I'm going to need a function which has a switch statement which switches on an ID number for your subscreen, and then it has an entire array of data literally hard coded into the script and copies it to a particular global array. Every case statement will have an entire up to like potentially max int in size array card coded.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Because it needs to be all your subscreen data, which each like that one little object there. Um, like if I go, it's probably
Oh, I was wondering, Zerai. I remember you at one point you were working on essentially Dragon Warrior scrolling. Did you ever get that to like what is the status on that? Because that was something that I found a bit fascinating.
so. Let's see. Settings. Settings. Let's go in
I
it. It's
saw a
in it.
video that you had that looked like you had it more or less working
It might be in.
in a demo
Might be in
quest.
this
Oh,
file.
so did you manage to get that fully functioning, or is it still in development? You suggested looking at it earlier. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that. It probably won't go into my current quest, but I just find that whole Dragon Warrior scrolling style pretty fascinating. But yeah, I definitely need to head to bed right now. So
So where is add active? So basically, the thing here is that each module can. Shit, where is it? Give me like 2 seconds. If I look here, there should be a function. That function. Let me copy that and then Control F it. Uh, okay, and that's in probably in this file. Yes. So it is Yeah. So just to make one item that you can select takes a blank module, which has to be um. So it's a module meta set. So there's like 7 or 8 indexes, which is just metadata, plus then a set of parameters, which selectable item takes 6 parameters. So one item there takes like 15 indexes of an array.
Huh.
The background, which is just the background rectangle, that only takes like I think it just takes 1 parameter because it's hard coded to be the bottom object of the entire subscreen no matter what. You can't place multiple of them because they automatically take up the whole screen. And their 1 parameter is color, and it uses that color picker. You literally just pick a color, and that's the background color. But anyway, um, you can look through those scripts if you want. It's insane. I'm
Mhm.
just looking through it now and going, "Oh my god, what was I doing? How did I come up with this? This is insane."
Yep.
I need to go eat
Yeah,
badly,
I need
so
to get
I
I need to
need
get
to
to
sleep.
bed.
So feel free look through that on stream sometime. I don't even need to be here. Main thing is that to once you have an object down, it's click to select. You can click and drag. You can also, once it's selected, arrow keys to move, and right clicking on something that is selected opens up the edit pane for it. I think there's
Okay.
also an edit button on the bottom, but right click is the shortcut.
All right. All right.
Okay, peace.
Yep. See you. All right. See you later, Zariah. Have a good night. Or I guess I don't know if it's night for you, but yep. See you later.